Chapter 633. Forget it. Why don't I lend him a hand? It's time for this show to come to an end. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen shook his head and decided to intervene in this battle to put a perfect end to it. Zichen's sword, go. With a thought, Feng Zichen raised his hand. Suddenly, boundless starlight gathered and turned into a purple transparent longsword. It broke through layers of void and flew towards Shenyuan. Sword Dao condensed, starlight formed a body. This was the shadow of the Zichen sword, and also the supreme sword Dao magic of the ancestor of the Xiantian sword Dao. This sword was invincible under the primordial chaos. Shua. During the battle between Shenyuan and Xingtian, the shadow of the Zichen sword quietly came and fell into the Shenyuan sword in Xuanyuan's hand and disappeared. Boom. Immediately, Shenyuan felt that the Shenyuan sword in his hand was different. Strong, too strong. Holding him, it was as if he had held the entire Xiantian sword Dao and could easily destroy the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost subconsciously, Shenyuan gently waved the Shenyuan sword in his hand. Then a surprising scene happened. An incomparably magnificent sword light bloomed from the Shenyuan sword. It was like the trajectory of the great Dao, sweeping towards Xingtian in a mighty manner. Wherever the sword light passed, everything turned into nothingness. Seeing the sword light coming, Xingtian raised his axe to meet it. Boom. Following that, a loud explosion was heard. The might of that sword strike had actually forced Xingtian back. As soon as the sword light came into contact with the Xingtian axe, Xingtian felt an unparalleled power coming from the Xingtian axe, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. Boom, 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 a powerful force burst forth, causing Xingtian to fall back. His feet crushed everything as he fell, leaving deep marks in the void. After a long while, only then did Xingtian stop retreating. Drip, 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 crimson blood dripped from Xingtian's hand, drop by drop. His thumb and index fingers split open. Xuanyuan's sword not only forced Xingtian back, but also split his thumb and index finger. How could this be? This is definitely not Xuanyuan's power. Xingtian was stunned as he stared blankly at his bleeding hand. Someone had interfered in the battle between him and Shenyuan. Otherwise, Shenyuan wouldn't have been able to force him back, let alone injure him. After awakening Pangu's bloodline, Xingtian was confident that he could suppress Shenyuan. In fact, this was indeed the case. Before Feng Zichen made his move, Shenyuan had been suppressed by Xingtian, who had awakened Pangu's bloodline. Give him a stab. Feng Zichen's voice suddenly rang in Xuanyuan's ears. What? At first, Shenyuan was stunned, but soon he realized who was talking to him. Shenyuan understands. Taking a deep breath, Shenyuan raised his Shenyuan sword and pointed it at Xingtian. Not good. On the other side, the moment Shenyuan raised his sword, Xingtian's heart suddenly hung in the air. He felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, as if his life was in danger. At this time, he knew that Xuanyuan's next sword would be very strong. If he couldn't block it, it would be enough to bring him the danger of death. Therefore, the best way to resist this sword was to avoid it. However, with Xingtian's pride, how could he allow himself to avoid it? No matter what, he had to block this sword, because Xingtian had a faint premonition that this sword was the sword that he would use to achieve the Dao. If he couldn't block it, everything would be over. If he blocked it, the primordial chaos Dao fruit was right in front of him. In the future, his path to becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would be smooth. For this sword, he had to block it. Block it at all costs. Huff. Taking a few deep breaths, Xingtian clenched the Xingtian axe in his hand and adjusted his state to the peak to deal with the next critical sword. Fellow Xingtian, the war has been going on for thousands of years. It's time to end this ridiculous war. As he spoke, Shenyuan raised the Shenyuan sword high and swung it fiercely at Xingtian. Shua. A sword light flashed and suddenly arrived in front of Xingtian at a speed that surpassed time and space. Before he could react, it directly slashed down. After a flash of blood, Xingtian's head was separated from his body and thrown high into the air. beheading with a single sword. Xuanyuan's sword directly cut off Xing Tian's head. Too fast. It was really too fast. This sword ignored time and distance. As soon as it was released, it arrived in front of Xing Tian. Without giving him any time to react, it beheaded him. It could be said to be extremely straightforward. At Xing Tian's level of strength, not to mention his head being cut off, even if his entire body was smashed into pieces, it wouldn't endanger his life. Therefore, although Xing Tian's head was cut off, he didn't die and was still alive and well. A loud voice came from Xing Tian's body, trying to summon back the head that had been cut off by Xuanyuan to repair his body. But soon he was disappointed, because no matter what method Xing Tian used, he couldn't summon back the head that had been cut off. It was as if as the head was separated from the body, the connection between the two was completely cut off. He had no head. And this wasn't the most serious thing. Just as Xing Tian was trying to summon his head, he suddenly realized that there was a strange power quietly growing in his wound. Moreover, this strange power was slowly spreading to all parts of his body with his wound as the starting point. This is? In surprise, Xing Tian suddenly felt that something was wrong. The target of this strange power was the Pangu bloodline in his body. That power was as black as ink and extremely domineering. With an aura that hated everything, it pounced straight at the Pangu bloodline, wanting to destroy it. Ha! Destroy! Everything related to Pangu shouldn't exist in this world. In a trance, the whisper of the demon god sounded in Xing Tian's ears, as if he was describing his unwillingness. Chaos Demon God. That strange power originated from the Chaos Demon God. The disgust that came from the depths of his bloodline immediately made Xing Tian understand the origin of the strange power in his body. The power that belonged to the Chaos Demon God. That's right, the sword that Feng Zichen slashed out with Xuanyuan's hand contained the power that belonged to the Chaos Demon God. In this world, the one who hated Pangu the most was the Chaos Demon God. Similarly, the one that Pangu feared the most was the Chaos Demon God. Because of their hostile relationship, the power of the Chaos Demon God became the power that could stimulate Pangu's power the most. Feng Zichen used the power of the Chaos Demon God to kill Xing Tian in order to further stimulate the Pangu bloodline in his body so as to accelerate his transformation process. Buzz, as expected, after sensing the power of the Chaos Demon God, the Pangu bloodline in Xing Tian's body immediately boiled. Countless mysterious runes gushed out from the depths of his bloodline and swept towards the surging power of the Chaos Demon God. Just like that, the two supreme powers began to battle with Xing Tian's body as the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. One could see that on Xing Tian's headless body, two rays of brilliance suddenly rose up. One was holy and majestic, and the other was evil and strange. They intertwined with each other. Wherever the strange power passed, Xing Tian's body seemed to have suffered great damage and began to disintegrate and decay. However, as soon as Xing Tian's body showed signs of decay, the holy power immediately rushed over and repaired his body. This process often contained great fortune, which allowed Xing Tian's body to be fully tempered and undergo a drastic transformation. When this transformation reached a certain limit, Xing Tian suddenly roared and erupted with amazing power. Then, a miraculous change happened. Xing Tian completely abandoned his head and used his breasts as his eyes and navel as his mouth. He waved the Xingtian axe in his hand and brazenly charged towards Xuanyuan. Die! Crazy! Under the influence of the power of the Chaos Demon God, Xing Tian temporarily lost his mind and became extremely crazy. His heart was filled with the desire to destroy everything around him. Bang! The axe chopped down, the tyrannical power wantonly rushed out, it tore through space and shattered the rules of heaven and earth. Clang! Xuanyuan raised his sword and blocked Xing Tian's axe. Although Xing Tian's strength was much stronger than before, because he had lost his mind, he was not as threatening as before. That was because his attack had no skill to speak of. It was very easy to dodge. But even so, Xuanyuan could not avoid it. It was because Xing Tian, who was stronger, had a greater destructive power to the surroundings. If Xuanyuan dodged Xing Tian's attack, Then his attack would hit the depths of the void and bring a great disaster to the common people. How could Xianyuan just stand by and watch the innocent people suffer? Therefore, he could only step forward and try his best to resist Xing Tian. Fortunately, Xianyuan was not fighting alone. Behind him, Feng Zichen was helping him. In order to give Xianyuan the power to resist Xing Tian, Feng Zichen gave him the authority of the innate way of the sword so that he could mobilize the power of the innate way of the sword. After countless years of precipitation, the innate way of the sword was no longer as weak as when it was first born. It had long penetrated into all parts of the untainted land and became like the other innate ways of the sword, able to coexist with the origin of heaven and earth. If the innate way of the sword erupted, its power would definitely be comparable to the realm above the origin. But then, the price would be too great, and it would cause irreversible damage to the innate way of the sword. Therefore, unless it was the most desperate moment, Feng Zichen would never use such means. Now, giving Xianyuan a part of the authority was enough to give him the power to resist Xing Tian. In addition, in order to help Xing Tian suppress the power of the demon god in his body, Xianyuan took out the innate treasure that he had never used in the previous battle, the People Dao Emperor's seal. Previously, because he was not sure about the influence of Pangu's bloodline on the Pangu's fingerbone, Xianyuan did not dare to take out this treasure for fear of being counterattacked by the other party. But now, at this moment, Xianyuan was not a fool. He naturally guessed the purpose of Xing Tian's challenge to him. Without hesitation, he directly took out the innate treasure, the People Dao Emperor's seal, and evolved the Pangu's fingerbone to help Xing Tian suppress the power of the demon god of chaos in his body. As for being used by Xing Tian, would Xianyuan be angry? To be honest, he was not. Because if it were him, he would not tell the other party directly if he wanted to use others to break through the realm. It was precisely because he did not know that he would kill him, so that the effect of this method would be maximized. If he knew in advance, he would inevitably hold back when he attacked, and he would not be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, he could not tell the other party in advance. Of course, an apology after the event was inevitable. Moreover, there was another reason why Xianyuan was not angry. The joy of the harvest was greater than the anger in his heart. After this battle, his strength would be completely stabilized, and he would officially become the top great magician of the untainted world. He would also lay a firm foundation for the future. The harvest could not be said to be small. So, why would Xianyuan be angry? Boom. The People Dao Emperor's seal was indeed a treasure made by Pangu's fingerbone. Its suppression of the power of the demon god of chaos could be said to be the other party's nemesis. Under its suppression, the power of the demon god of chaos in Xing Tian's body gradually calmed down. Xing Tian also calmed down and stayed motionless in the void, waiting for the end of the change. Well, when the power of the demon god of chaos in Xing Tian's body was completely refined by Pangu's bloodline, he would regain his intelligence and lay a supreme foundation for the Tao. After that, he would only need to undergo endless years of transformation. Xing Tian would naturally be able to attain the Tao and advance to the primordial Daluo Jingxian. After this battle, Xing Tian already had the capital to advance to the primordial chaos. What he lacked now was nothing more than maturity. And this was the only thing that could not be rushed. It would take a long time to polish it. But, no matter what, Xing Tian's advancement to the primordial Daluo Jingxian was already a foregone conclusion. The only thing left was to wait. Sigh. How enviable! After Empress Hutu and ancestral witch Dijiang, the witch race is about to welcome the third primordial Daluo Jingxian. How enviable! I wonder when the real primordial Daluo Jingxian will be born in the human race. Looking at Xing Tian, who was undergoing a transformation, Xianyuan said enviously. Did the human race have any primordial chaos experts? Of course, there was more than one. But so what? The so-called primordial Daluo Jingxian of the human race was just a pseudo-primordial Daluo Jingxian that relied on the karmic position of heaven and earth. They couldn't be independent at all. How could they be called carefree and free? What Xianyuan yearned for was the primordial Daluo Jingxian that transcended heaven and earth and obtained great freedom and freedom. Not the 3 emperors and 3 quasi-saints who couldn't disobey the orders of the heavenly Tao. If one day the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy the human race, then the 3 emperors wouldn't even have the strength to resist. However, the primordial Daluo Jingxian was different. They transcended heaven and earth and drifted outside the long river of time and space. They could resist the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. In fact, they could ignore the orders of the heavenly Tao. At most, after angering the heavenly Tao, they could hide in the chaos outside the realm. In this way, what could the heavenly Tao do to them? No matter how strong the heavenly Tao was, it couldn't reach the chaos outside the realm. It could be said that the one the heavenly Tao disliked the most and even hated the most was the primordial Daluo Jingxian, because they were beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. And this was what the heavenly Tao couldn't accept the most. Chapter 634. In the primordial world, only the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was the foundation of a clan leader's prosperity. As long as the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian appeared in the clan, then the clan would be able to exist forever. Even if the calamity descended, the epoch changed, and the great world surged, as long as the primordial world was not completely destroyed, then the clan would never be in danger of being exterminated. Just like the shaman and demon clans, and the 3 Khanate clans, even if they were now in decline, who would dare to destroy them? No one dared to do it, because, behind them, there was the existence of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Even the fallen primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was still the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. He had a very powerful deterrent force, enough to protect a clan, so that no one dared to exterminate the clan. Therefore, although the shaman and demon clans, and even the 3 Khanate clans had declined, they had not been exterminated. In fact, the so-called decline was only temporary. Once they found an opportunity, they would quickly rise. And this was the confidence of having the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Shenyuan was so eager to have a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian of the human race. The human race seemed to be prosperous, but there were hidden dangers. The so-called prosperity was just an illusion created by the saints according to the will of the heavenly Tao. This was completely fake and had no foundation. It was like a bubble that would burst at a touch. If one day, the heavenly Tao no longer supported the human race, then, in an instant, the human race would be beaten back to its original state and become a feast for the great magicians. However, if the human race had the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, then everything would be different. This meant that the human race had the qualifications to get rid of the heavenly Tao. Transcending heaven and earth represented infinite possibilities. Right now, we can only place our hopes on Zichen. He is the #1 genius of the human clan, the #1 expert of the human clan, and the existence closest to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Among the humans, only he is most likely to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. If he can't break through, then the human race. Shenyuan thought of Feng Zichen. He believed that Feng Zichen was the hope of the human race. After all, his series of achievements were too dazzling. Even the glory of the saints was overshadowed by him. If such a person couldn't achieve the great path, then Shenyuan really couldn't think of anyone who could achieve the great path and transcend the world. A saint. 2 Primordial Chaos Daluo Jingxian. The sorcerer tribe is such a heaven-defying race. Shenyuan raised his head and looked at Xingtian. He couldn't help but feel jealous. How enviable! One sage was enough to suppress the untainted land, but in addition to the sage, the Wu tribe also had 2 Daluo Jingxian of the primordial chaos. How could they not be jealous? They were simply too strong, of course. Shenyuan didn't know the situation of the ancestor of sorcerer Shenming. If he knew, he would be even more envious. The 12 temples were not cultivated for nothing. They stood on the untainted land, gathering the true spirit for the fallen ancestor of sorcerer and accumulating the origin. But this didn't mean that the living ancestor of sorcerer couldn't benefit from it. Because the ancestor of sorcerer Shenming hadn't fallen, the origin gathered in the temple that belonged to him would naturally gather in his body to enhance his strength. It could be said that in the future, even if the ancestor of sorcerer Xianming didn't have to do anything, the temple itself could help him cultivate and push him all the way to the level of the primordial Daluo Jingxian. The unique advantage of the 12 ancestors of sorcerer Xianming was that they existed with the origin of the earth. This was an opportunity that outsiders couldn't envy. With the help of the Xianming temple, the ancestor of sorcerer Xianming didn't have to worry about not being able to break through the primordial Daluo Jingxian. This was a secret, and not many people knew about it. Otherwise, if it spread out, it would attract a large number of people's envy. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. In other words, 3,000 years had passed since Xing Tian's transformation. After 3,000 years of transformation, Xing Tian had reached a critical juncture. He was enveloped in a sacred radiance, and countless mysterious runes were constantly being born and destroyed. They seemed to be describing the principles of heaven and earth, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the manifestation of Pangu's bloodline in Xing Tian's body being pushed to the limit. With the support of the human Dao Emperor's seal, the power of Pangu's bloodline had been raised to the greatest extent, overshadowing the power of the Chaos Demon God in one fell swoop. Now that it had been completely suppressed, it was waiting to slowly erase it. Under the suppression of Pangu's bloodline, the power of the Chaos Demon God no longer had the ability to stir up trouble. Without the interference of the power of the Chaos Demon God, the connection between Xing Tian's body and head began to gradually recover. Waves of mysterious power were emitted from Xing Tian's neck, trying to recall the severed head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the distance, Xing Tian's head, which had fallen into silence since it was severed by Xuanyuan's sword, finally reacted under the call of Xing Tian's body. It trembled gently. Head, head, head. After sensing the aura of the giant head, Xing Tian called out almost instinctively. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the call of Xing Tian's body, Xing Tian's head trembled even more violently. It slowly floated up from the air and flew shakily toward Xing Tian's body, wanting to reunite with him. Chaos as one complete great Tao. When Xing Tian's head reunited with his body, he would obtain some kind of completion, and his consciousness would wake up. At that time, Xinyuan would have nothing to do, and he could leave. Next, it would be Xing Tian's own business. He would return to Panga's palace and enter the deepest level of enlightenment to complete the final transformation and break through to become Chaos Daluo Jingxian. In this battle, Xinyuan had been tempered. Xing Tian had seen the path ahead and obtained the opportunity to attain the Tao. Everything was so perfect, completely in line with Feng Zichen and Hudu's plan. As long as Xing Tian's head returned to its original position, this matter would be perfectly concluded. But there were still flaws in the way of the heavens, let alone in this world. In the world, there was nothing perfect at all. Therefore, an accident happened. Just as Xing Tian's head was about to fly back to his body, an accident happened. An inexplicable power was born from the void. It was powerful and terrifying as it attacked Xing Tian's head. Caught off guard, Xing Tian's head, which was suspended in midair, was directly hit. With a bang, a terrifying power erupted. Xing Tian's head was smashed into powder by this power on the spot, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. But this was not the end. After shattering Xing Tian's head, the terrifying power did not dissipate. Instead, it spread out in the void and swept towards Xing Tian's head, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. From the looks of it, it wanted to completely obliterate it to cut off the possibility of Xing Tian's head reforming. Steady, accurate, and ruthless. It had to be said that the person who made the move had really seized a good opportunity. Seeing that the great merit was about to be achieved, Feng Zichen and the others could not help but let down their guard. That person had made a move at this time. How could he not succeed in one fell swoop? Although shattering and obliterating Xing Tian's head could not stop Xing Tian from advancing to primordial Daluo Jingxian, it could delay the time for his breakthrough. Primordial chaos was about perfection. If the head was shattered and the body was incomplete, wouldn't it lose its perfection? Indeed, with Xing Tian's ability, after removing the power of the Chaos Demon God, he could regenerate a new head at any time. However, how could a new head be compared to the head that had been polished for countless years? It would take a long time to get used to it before it could achieve harmony with the original body. And during this period of time, wouldn't it be delayed? The time for him to attain the Tao would naturally be delayed for a period of time. And the longer it took, the more variables there would be. Who knew what would happen to Xing Tian during that period of time? Therefore, the person who made the move in the dark could be said to be vicious. Even if I can't stop you, I will disgust you to death. In the face of the sudden change, before Xianyuan could react, two explosive voices suddenly sounded in the sky and the earth at almost the same time. Thief, how dare you! Before the two voices fell, boundless star power hung down from the starry sky above the sky, turning into countless sharp swords that fell into the depths of the void like a rainstorm. At the same time, in the underworld below the ground, the power of reincarnation surged out, emitting a wave that could destroy everything, sweeping towards the power that wanted to destroy Xing Tian's head. These two people were naturally Feng Zichen and Hu. When they saw that someone had plotted against Xing Tian, the anger in their hearts could be imagined. Especially, they were interrupted at the happiest moment. That feeling of being neither up nor down was like a fishbone stuck in their throats, causing the anger in their hearts to be especially blazing, almost increasing exponentially. Therefore, without hesitation, they attacked as fast as they could. One attacked from the sky. One attacked from the ground. One attacked the depths of the void to block the attacker's retreat. One of them charged to Xing Tian's side to protect his head. Rumble. Reincarnation was impermanent, cyclical, and indeterminate. Its creation was endless, and its power was endless. Almost as soon as it appeared, it destroyed the inexplicable power that was attacking Xing Tian's head. However, although Hutu attacked quickly, she was still one step slower than the attacker. And it was this one-step difference that caused a portion of the blood rain that Xing Tian's head had turned into to be destroyed. About 3 to 4 layers. In this way, although Xing Tian's head was saved, it was inevitable that Xing Tian's head would be greatly damaged and would need a period of time to recuperate. Logically speaking, after suffering such a heavy injury, Xing Tian's breakthrough would inevitably be delayed. However, the power of reincarnation was indeed one of the most powerful forces in the primordial world. Its power was strange and far beyond imagination. Amnesty. Hudu's clear and cold voice suddenly resounded through space. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the surging power of reincarnation. It suddenly turned. In an instant, time and space were distorted. The part of Xing Tian's head that had been destroyed earlier actually reappeared in the void. This was the greatness of the power of reincarnation. It distorted time and space, messing up the past, present, and future. Once it exerted its strength, it forcefully snatched back the part of Xing Tian's head that had been completely destroyed from the past. Hudu's side was shocking, and Feng Zichen's side was not bad. A rain of swords fell from the sky, and in an instant, the void was stabbed into pieces, completely destroyed, and turned into a state of nothingness. It was also at this moment that a strange shadow escaped from the void in a sorry state. And the moment this strange shadow appeared from the void, Feng Zichen's eyes had already locked onto it on the Emperor Star. One could see that at this moment, Feng Zichen's eyes had completely turned purple gold. This was the state of the heavenly Tao divine eye when it was fully opened. He was using this method to spy on the true identity of the strange shadow, so that he could find it and kill it completely to vent the anger in his heart and intimidate some people with ulterior motives. External incarnation? That's right. How can I let myself do such a dirty thing? However, it doesn't matter. When I capture your external incarnation, I'm not afraid that I won't know your true origin. On the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen frowned, but he could see the origin of the strange shadow. It was the external incarnation of a powerful existence. Thinking about it, this was normal. Once this kind of thing was done, it was obvious that he would offend the Hudu to death. In this way, if his true identity was exposed, he would definitely be hunted down by the Hutu to death. No one would be able to find a reason to plead for mercy. The external incarnation became the best cover. Why did he have to refine an external incarnation? Wasn't it used to take the blame for the original body at the critical moment? Just like the temporary workers in the later generations, if there was a problem, it would be the external incarnation, temporary worker, that did it. It had nothing to do with the original body, official employee. Your Majesty Emperor Ziwei, your strength is indeed strong enough, not much inferior to a saint. It's easy to defeat the poor Wei. But it's not that easy to capture the poor Wei. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the strange shadow laughed and replied fearlessly. Then let's give it a try. Let me witness what you are capable of. In this regard, Feng Zichen only smiled faintly. He directly reached out his hand and pressed it toward him from afar, wanting to suppress him in one fell swoop. At the same time, in order to prevent the shadow from self-destructing, Feng Zichen also secretly activated the Hongmeng purple clock. When it showed signs of self-destruction or self-destruction, he would activate the Hongmeng Daozhong and freeze time and space. Although he was prepared in this way, in Feng Zichen's heart, he did not think that the other party would self-destruct. At most, he would directly kill himself when he saw that things were not going well. As for why Feng Zichen thought so, there was a reason. The wizard clan had dominated the primordial world for many years and had offended more than one or two powerful beings. Instead, there were dozens or hundreds of them. When the wizard clan was strong, these powerful beings could not do anything to them. But now, the wizard clan had declined. Under such circumstances, how could they allow the wizard clan to have another primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian and rise again? Therefore, they would stop Xing Tian from achieving the Dao so that they could cut off the hope of the wizard clan rising. Moreover, these great divine ability masters who had a grudge against the Magi were not the only ones who could not bear to see the Magi rise. Chapter 635. In the Dark. Who knew how many conspirators were looking forward to the complete decline of the Magi? It was still the same sentence. There was only so much luck in the primordial world. And the rise of every powerful force would reduce the luck in the hands of those big shots. In this way, who would see the rise of a new great force? This was a major event that concerned their own interests. Unless their relationship was particularly good, it was already good enough for them not to step on the rise of a new force and just watch from the sidelines. It was normal for them to secretly interfere with the rise of a new force. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen was sure that the other party would not self-destruct. Everyone was a great magician of the primordial world, and had the same interests as the primordial world. How could they self-destruct and destroy the primordial world? Therefore, even if they were forced into a desperate situation, they would only commit suicide. They would not be like the experts of the demonic path, who would directly self-destruct and perish together. Just as Feng Zichen attacked the strange shadow, on the other side, the majestic power of reincarnation also quietly arrived. It silently lurked at the side to completely block the other party's retreat and ensure that he was suppressed. The invincible in the sky and the invincible in the ground attacked at the same time, jointly targeting the strange shadow in the middle. With such power, even an ordinary primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian would not be able to escape. The power of the strange shadow was only at the half-step primordial chaos realm. It was completely insufficient to fight against it. However, even so, the strange shadow still did not change its expression when facing the attacks of Feng Zichen and Hutu, as if it did not take the two of them seriously at all. Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for? If the poor Wei is suppressed by the two of them, you won't have a chance to attack. Just as Feng Zichen thought that the other party had some powerful trump card and was about to reveal it, he saw the strange shadow suddenly shout into the void. Feng Zichen was speechless. He thought that he had some trump card? In the end, that was it? That was it. While he was speechless, Feng Zichen's hand movements were not slow. In fact, he even sped up a little. He pressed toward the strange shadow from afar, wanting to completely suppress him. However, just as Feng Zichen's palm was about to press down, a few violent fluctuations suddenly appeared in the void. They carried a terrifying aura and surged toward his palm. You're an ant trying to shake a tree. You're overestimating yourself. Feng Zichen sneered in his heart when he sensed the fluctuations. He didn't care about them at all and continued to press toward the strange shadow, allowing the attacks to hit him. How could a mere half-step primordial chaos cultivator injure his palm, which was formed by the power of the stars? Wouldn't that be underestimating the boundless starry sky? The fluctuation hit Feng Zichen's palm, and a terrifying power burst out, creating ripples on the surface of the palm. But that was all there was to it. Apart from the ripples, the palm condensed from the starlight of the universe did not suffer any damage. It did not even pause. It still pressed down toward the strange shadow with an irresistible momentum. Feng Zichen's palm pressed down. It covered the sky and the sun, completely enveloping and suppressing the strange shadow. Seal! As his words fell, endless starlight radiated from his palm. It turned into dazzling divine chains of order. They rushed toward the suppressed strange shadow and firmly wrapped around his body. Fellow cultivator, let me take a look. Who exactly are you? After locking the strange shadow, Feng Zichen pulled up the divine chains. He was about to pull him into the boundless starry sky so that he could take a look at his true face. However, it seemed that he was deliberately making things difficult for Feng Zichen. At every critical moment, accidents happened. Emperor Ziwei, poor Wei still has important matters to attend to. I won't be going to the Ziwei Heavenly Palace to disturb you. Poor Wei is going. The strange shadow that was locked up by the divine chains of order laughed and took out a purple jade talisman. Not good. After sensing the aura emitted by the purple jade talisman, Feng Zichen immediately knew that something was wrong and was about to take action to remedy the situation. But unfortunately, everything was over. Countless mysterious runes surged out from the purple jade talisman. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the strange shadow. After that, a purple light flashed, and the figure of the strange shadow disappeared. Even though Feng Zichen released his divine consciousness in time and searched the entire primitive world, he did not find the slightest trace of his aura. It was as if this person had evaporated into thin air. Good. Very good. Very good. The treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor is indeed extraordinary. On the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen's face completely darkened. That's right. The purple jade talisman in the strange shadow's hand was one of the treasures that Tao ancestor Hongjun had refined back then. The aura he emitted was definitely the purest heavenly Hongjun aura. Feng Zichen would never mistake it. It was with this treasure that the other party was able to escape from his hands. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun had only just entered the primordial chaos Tao realm when he refined those treasures, he hadn't even stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm yet. However, after Tao ancestor Hongjun merged with the Tao, everything related to him became an item of the heavenly Tao. As a result, his power was greatly increased and he became extraordinary. It was precisely because of this reason that the treasures refined by Tao ancestor Hongjun in the past had become one of the best special treasures in the primordial world. They who possessed the power of the way of the heavens had the power to break the rules. They could turn the rotten into the miraculous, and the impossible into the possible. Their power was far beyond imagination. With the help of the purple jade talisman, the strange shadow easily escaped from Feng Zichen's hands. *CK. The treasures left behind by the Tao ancestor are really troublesome. It seems that after this matter, I have to find an opportunity to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to meet the Tao ancestor and ask him for a way to restrain those treasures. Otherwise, I will inevitably suffer a huge loss when facing these treasures left behind by the Tao ancestor in the future. It's best if I can persuade the Tao ancestor to take back all these treasures. Treasures that break the rules are the most unstable factor in the primordial world. They should not exist in the world. After dispersing the starlight, Feng Zichen cursed hatefully. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for Tao ancestor Hongjun to take back those treasures. The Tao ancestor had already given them. How could he take them back? Tao ancestor Hongjun could not afford to lose face. However, after this matter, no matter what, Feng Zichen of the Purple Cloud Palace had to make a trip there. Including the time with Taoist Mu Xian, he had already suffered twice from the Tao ancestors' treasures. As the saying goes, once and twice, but not thrice. He did not want this to happen a third time. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would go to Tao ancestor Hong Jun to ask for a way to restrain it. He's gone. Then, how are you going to escape? On the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen retracted his thoughts and turned to look at another void. Over there were a few people who had helped the strange shadow to escape from its predicament. Not only did their actions fail to save the strange shadow, but they also exposed themselves. Rumble, the power of reincarnation kept spinning in the void. It was opposing and unified, evolving into all kinds of mysterious powers. It locked down the space-time here and trapped those people in place, unable to leave. The Lady of Earth had made a move. After this happened, it was obvious that the Lady of Earth was even angrier than Feng Zichen. It was also because of this that the Lady of Earth and Xing Tian were truly on their side. As for Feng Zichen, he could only be considered half of their side. In that case, compared to Feng Zichen, the Lady of Earth was naturally more nervous about Xing Tian. In the starry sky, star power condensed again, turning into a huge imperial seal that pressed down on the few people trapped by the Lady of Earth. This time, I'd like to see how you're going to escape. This time, Feng Zichen did not believe that these people also had the Tao ancestors' treasures. They were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. It was also because Feng Zichen had forgotten that the so-called Tao ancestors' treasures were in the hands of the great magicians. Back then, the existences who had obtained the Tao ancestors' treasures from the treasure-snatching rock should have become the top great magicians of the primordial world. On the other side, Feng Zichen had just said that he would not suffer a third loss from the Tao ancestors' treasures. But shortly after, the third loss came right at his face. Under his incredulous gaze, one of the people trapped by the Lady of Earth suddenly took out a small purple Tao bell. Clang! That person gently shook the Tao bell, and endless runes appeared. Like a tide, they spread quickly and covered the entire void in the blink of an eye. Boom! The starlight seal suddenly pressed down and pierced through the mysterious rune. After receiving such a heavy blow, the rune was destroyed. However, there was no trace of those people on the spot. They had long run away. Without a doubt, the small purple Tao bell was also one of the Tao ancestors' treasures. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to lead everyone away safely under the joint attack of Feng Zichen and the Lady of Earth. The power of the Tao ancestors' treasures was indeed unbelievable. Fortunately, although the Tao ancestors' treasures were strong, they were consumables and could not be used repeatedly. At most, they could be used 2 or 3 times, 4 or 5 times. In any case, they could not be used more than 9 times. After that, they would shatter. It was precisely because of this restriction that the primordial world would not be in chaos. Otherwise, if the Tao ancestors' treasures were allowed to wreak havoc, who knew what the primordial world would become? Damn the Tao ancestors' treasures! At this moment, Feng Zichen felt that his face had been slapped so hard that it was almost swollen. Of course, he was not the only one with a black face. The Lady of Earth's expression was not much better. This time, the two of them were embarrassed. Even after joining forces, they still let him escape. It was really embarrassing. This humiliation also made the Lady of Earth secretly make up her mind. After this matter, she had to focus on studying the Tao and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc so that she could find a way to deal with the Tao ancestors' treasures. The Tao and the heavenly Tao had the same status. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a chaos treasure that transcended the world and was not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the power of these two had the ability to resist the Tao ancestors' treasures. However, how to operate it depended on the Lady of Earth's comprehension and methods. However, although they did not catch the person who ambushed them and the person who rescued them later, the two of them did not gain nothing. At the very least, they were certain that the person who attacked was definitely a great divine ability of the primordial world. Otherwise, they would definitely not have been able to take out the Tao ancestors' treasures. If the Chaos Fiend Celestial used the Tao ancestors' treasures, the heavenly Tao would probably immediately know his identity and send down the heavenly punishment to completely destroy him. From the matter of the great divine ability interfering with Xing Tian's attainment of the Tao, it could be seen that many great divine abilities of the primordial world were full of hostility towards the Magi and did not want to see them rise again. In the future, there would probably be a lot of trouble. However, this had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He could be said to have done his best for the Magi. He had revived the Magi and nurtured experts. He was completely worthy of the help the Magi had given the human clan back then. After this matter, he would focus on developing the human clan. Although he would not completely ignore the Magi, he would obviously not be as concerned as he was now. The descendants of Pangu also want to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in peace. It's simply a dream. It's really exciting to be able to personally kill the genius of Pangu's lineage. The pain that Pangu brought to us, let his descendants bear it on his behalf. Just as Feng Zichen and Hudu were pondering, the scene changed again. 3 chaos demon gods walked out of the void carelessly and attacked Xing Tian, who was transforming. Their attitude could be said to be arrogant. They did not take Feng Zichen and Hudu, who were paying attention to this place, seriously at all. What did it mean to be arrogant? That was it. The arrogant attitude of the 3 chaos demon gods really stunned Feng Zichen. He did not know whether they were really stupid or not. It was because of this time that he was stunned that he did not immediately stop the 3 of them. After seeing the 3 chaos demon gods coming, Xian Yuan, who was guarding beside Xing Tian, held the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and directly attacked one of the chaos demon gods with the principle of, whoever strikes first gains the advantage and whoever strikes later suffers the disaster. As for the strength of the 3 chaos demon gods, they had naturally stepped into the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, these 3 chaos demon gods were new faces. He had never seen them before. Moreover, judging from their aura, they were obviously unstable. Obviously, they had just been promoted to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. But this was not important. Crossing that threshold represented the peak of the untainted land. The strength of one person alone was more than the combined strength of the previous few people. At this moment, there were 3 of them, which showed how much importance the chaos demon gods attached to Xing Tian. Boom! Xing Tian attacked and fought with one of the chaos demon gods. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had opened up part of the authority of the Khanate sword principle to him. Otherwise, Xian Yuan would not have been able to defeat this chaos demon god. On the other side, seeing that Xian Yuan had stopped one of the chaos demon gods, Huda did not dare to show weakness. She used the power of reincarnation to stop another chaos demon god. "Hey!" I said. On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen took a step forward and said to the last person in a low voice. Chapter 636. Killing intent, uncontrollable killing intent, rose in Feng Zichen's body. Being slapped in the face consecutively had long made him extraordinarily angry. After that, the contempt of the 3 chaos demon gods infuriated him to the extreme. Therefore, Feng Zichen had the intention to kill. He wanted to use blood, to extinguish the anger in his heart. "You guys, did you forget something?" The low voice resounded clearly in the ears of the chaos demon god, stopping him from moving forward. Under the pretentious calm tone, there was uncontrollable anger. From this, one could see how angry the owner of the voice was. "You Junior, are you stopping me? Are you hallucinating because you defeated a few chaos demon gods earlier? So much so that you think that the chaos demon gods are nothing more than this? It's ridiculous. Even innate god fiends have differences in strength, let alone chaos demon gods." The chaos demon god turned around and put his hands behind his back. As if he was preaching, he said to Feng Zichen, "Unlike the 9 chaos demon gods that appeared first, although the 3 of them were not the top chaos demon gods, they were still above average and extremely powerful. Every one of them had the cultivation of the 6th firmament of primordial chaos. Therefore, they had the right to be arrogant. They knew Feng Zichen's battle record, but they still didn't take him seriously. Silence. There was another moment of silence. The other party was so arrogant that Feng Zichen was speechless. Die. Tired, Feng Zichen didn't say much. He directly pressed down with his palm, trying to kill him. Whether the other party was really confident or just bluffing, it didn't matter. What he wanted was just that the other party was dead, that was all. As Feng Zichen raised his hand, countless starlight gathered and condensed into a dazzling handprint in the starry sky. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun as it rushed toward the chaos demon Celestial. Rumble. With the seal, everything changed. An invisible aura spread out, and the world froze. The great Tao stopped rotating, and the river of time stopped moving. Countless living beings lost their consciousness. At that time, the primordial world could still remain awake. Only those great beings who had stood at the end of the river of time could do so. But at this moment, they were not in the right state. These great mediums all stared blankly at the huge handprint descending from the sky, their bodies trembling slightly. They were afraid. They were terrified of the huge handprint that was descending from the sky. This was because they felt a long-lost sense of crisis from the aura emitted by the handprint. It was as if... No, it didn't seem like it. Even if it was true, under that palm, they would really die, completely fall. Their physical bodies would vanish, and their innate, indestructible true spirits would completely disperse. Even the great Tao that they had painstakingly cultivated would fall into silence. The mark of the origin of the great Tao would also sink and be difficult to appear again. This meant that once they were killed by that handprint, they would become like the first-generation innate god fiends that had fallen in the ancient times. Although they would not completely fall, they would never be able to return from the silence. And if they could never return, what was the difference between them and complete death? It could be said that this was the first time that the great mediums had felt such a strong life and death crisis since they had proven their Tao. That handprint could threaten the foundation of their existence. It was really terrifying. Fortunately, that magical power was not aimed at them. Otherwise, they really did not know how to resist such an attack. In the face of Feng Zichen's palm, the great mediums who were still watching the battle were terrified, not to mention the chaos demon god who was in the center of Feng Zichen's attack. The moment the huge handprint fell, the chaos demon god knew that something was wrong. He could no longer maintain his previous arrogance, and the smile on his face was replaced by a look of horror. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to retreat so that he could avoid this divine ability. But unfortunately, he could not move. He was fixed in place by the aura of the huge handprint, and could only resist the palm that fell from the sky. Rumble. When the handprint fell, it could be seen that there was a 5-colored brilliance blooming. Above the handprint, 5 vague shadows of emperors were faintly formed. That was the supreme great 5 emperors' handprint. Of course, although the power of the 5 emperors' handprint was strong, it was too exaggerated to say that it could frighten the great mediums in the untainted land and the chaos demon god in the 6th heaven of Hunyuan. Therefore, the 5 emperors' handprint that Feng Zichen used was completely different from the one he had used before. The 5 shadows of emperors behind the handprint were not the 5 elements sacred beasts, 5 elements ancestral sorcerer, or 5 elements demonic god. They were the incarnations of the celestial immortals Tao, the earth immortals Tao, the human immortals Tao, the immortal immortals Tao, and the ghost immortals Tao. These 5 immortal Taos represented all the immortal Taos in the untainted land. Feng Zichen played the 5 roles. He used Great Emperor Ziwei to derive the Tao of Sky Immortals, Xianqing to derive the Tao of Earth Immortals, Luais to derive the Tao of Human Immortals, Gaochen to derive the Tao of Divine Immortals, and Fengdu to derive the Tao of Ghost Immortals. The 5 incarnations each carried the 5 immortal Taos and combined the providence of the 5 immortal Taos into one, turning into a supreme handprint that blasted toward the chaos demon god. It could be said that Feng Zichen's handprint was called the 5 Emperors' handprint, but it was actually the providence of the entire immortal Tao. What was the immortal Tao? It was the orthodox and mainstream of the untainted land. It was not an exaggeration to say that its providence and power were far beyond imagination. When the palm pressed down, the providence of the entire immortal Tao and the orthodox of the untainted land pressed down. Who could resist such power? Not to mention the chaos demon god, even the demon ancestor Rahu himself would not be able to resist it. This divine power was one of the strongest trump cards that Feng Zichen had deduced at all costs after the battle with the demon ancestor Ra. He was worried that the demon ancestor Rahu would make a comeback. Originally, Feng Zichen had prepared to use this divine power to deal with the demon ancestor Ra. However, since the chaos demon god had come to seek death, Feng Zichen could satisfy him. Therefore, he used a fatal blow the moment he attacked. While establishing his dignity, he also tested the power of this divine power to see if it could really defeat the demon ancestor Ra. As the 5 emperors' handprint fell, the 5 shadows of emperors behind it became clearer and clearer. An aura that encompassed the 5 elements, encompassed all things, and contained life and death. It was faintly emitted from his body. Boom! The handprint was resplendent and enveloped the entire world, mercilessly pressing down on the chaos demon god who was fixed in place. Silently, the universe was shattered and the great Tao was destroyed. Endless destructive aura surged out. Under the power of the entire immortal Tao, no matter how the chaos demon god struggled, it was futile. His body began to disintegrate and shatter, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Then he was obliterated one by one. His chaotic true spirit also dissipated silently, turning into a dazzling Tao light that blended into the world to strengthen the origin of the world. At the same time, in the endless world, the origin of the immortal Tao manifested, turning into endless rules that were branded in the endless void and covered the entire untainted world. They were tightly entangled with the mark of the chaos demon god that was engraved in the world to prevent him from regathering his true spirit and reviving the fallen chaos demon god. At this point, although the reincarnation of the chaos demon god had not completely fallen, he would never be able to return. At the same time, this also meant that the chaos demon god's original body in the Great Thousand World had lost half of his chaotic true spirit forever. Unless the untainted world was completely destroyed, he would never be able to retrieve this part of his chaotic true spirit from the suppression of the immortal Tao brand. Damn it. Pangu Ziwei clan. I'll remember you. When I recover my strength, I'll definitely make you pay for what you've done today. The moment the chaos demon god died, a supreme being in a great thousand world outside the endless space-time couldn't help but roar loudly. Without a doubt, he was the chaos demon god's original body. The loss of half of his true spirit was enough to greatly damage his vitality. Moreover, this was an irreversible injury. Before he retrieved the suppressed half of his chaotic true spirit, this injury would continue to affect him. In this way, how could the chaos demon god not hate him? It was only because he couldn't go to the untainted world now. Otherwise, he would definitely risk his life to fight Feng Zichen. A threat? Interesting. I just don't know if you'll still be qualified to fight me after the connection between the Great Thousand World and the untainted world is connected. At this moment, Feng Zichen's strength had reached an incredible level with the support of the immortal Tao luck. Therefore, if someone was talking about him, he would naturally sense it. Of course, the chaos demon god was separated from him by endless space-time after all. Even if he could sense it, he couldn't completely know what the chaos demon god was thinking. All he could sense was the chaos demon god's hostility. However, this was enough for Feng Zichen to guess what the chaos demon god wanted to express. He was just making things difficult for him. However, Feng Zichen wouldn't take the chaos demon god's threat to heart. He was now in the growth period and was improving all the time. Perhaps when the chaos demon god really appeared in front of him, his strength would have already surpassed the chaos demon god. This was not impossible. Do you want to continue, fellow Taoists? Feng Zichen said to the chaos demon god who was fighting with Hutu and Shenyuan without the slightest complacency. He just calmly put his hands behind his back and said to the chaos demon god who was fighting with Hutu and Shenyuan. However, although he was very calm, the two chaos demon gods didn't think so. After all, he had just killed the Chaos Demon God with one strike. Who dared to ignore his words? At this moment, Feng Zichen didn't need to make any extra movements. The remaining aura of the strike just now was enough to intimidate all the powerful divines. At least, before completely figuring out the reason for that strike, no one dared to ignore Feng Zichen. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, the two Chaos Demon Gods who were fighting with Hutu and Shenyuan immediately withdrew and confronted Feng Zichen across the void. What an amazing strike! With you in the untainted land, the future will be colorful. We won't be lonely. After a long silence, one of the Chaos Demon Gods suddenly spoke. So, I've decided to give you face and leave for the time being. After saying that, the two Chaos Demon Gods gradually disappeared without waiting for Feng Zichen's response. Feng Zichen didn't stop them. He had already killed a Chaos Demon God. If he were to make them stay, he would be forcing them to fight to the death. Moreover, the other Chaos Demon Gods wouldn't tolerate such a situation. The current untainted land couldn't withstand a full-scale war between the powerful divines and the Chaos Demon Gods. Therefore, Feng Zichen allowed them to leave. Left and right. He wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage. Pangu Ziwei clan, I look forward to meeting you next time. I hope you can bring more surprises to us Chaos Demon Gods. After the two Chaos Demon Gods had completely disappeared, a faintly discernible voice suddenly came from the void, indicating that this matter was not over yet. Boring trick. Feng Zichen waved his hand to disperse the voice. He didn't take it to heart. It seemed that every villain would do such a thing to save face. Fellow Taoists, please give Ziwei some face and disperse. After forcing the Chaos Demon Gods to retreat, Feng Zichen walked straight down the Ziwei star and came to the side of Xing Tian in the depths of the void. He said to the powerful divines who were watching this place, "Your Majesty, you must be joking. Poor Wei and the others will leave now." After a few embarrassed laughs, the powerful divines withdrew their divine thoughts. No matter what purpose they had for watching the battle, after seeing Feng Zichen's strength, they would withdraw their thoughts to avoid causing misunderstandings. The void shattered silently. An aura unique to the underworld emerged, and the power of reincarnation surged out. It turned into a huge phantom of a wheel, protecting a peerless woman as she walked over. But Huda came in person. First, the powerful divines attacked, then the Chaos Demon Gods attacked. Finally, Huda was enraged. She didn't hesitate to come out of the underworld to protect Xing Tian. Just like that, Feng Zichen and Huda stood on the left and right of Xing Tian to protect him. After witnessing this scene, no one would dare to plot against Xing Tian. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Xing Tian's aura gradually calmed down. This also meant that Feng Zichen's protection mission was finally over. During this period of time, thank you so much, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, the wizard tribe will never forget your help today. Huda raised her hand and took Xing Tian away. She thanked Feng Zichen seriously. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. As Pangu's descendants, we should help each other. Why do you and I have to be so polite? Feng Zichen waved his hand and said with a smile. That was true. Feng Zichen's real name was the Pangu Zichen clan, and Great Emperor Ziwei's real name was the Pangu Ziwei clan. Like the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the Three Pure Ones, they were the most authentic descendants of the Pangu. Chapter 637. Therefore, in a sense, Feng Zichen and the 12 ancestral magi of the Three Pure Ones could be considered family. It was natural for him to be close to the magi. As for why he was not close to the Three Pure Ones, it was naturally because the relationship between the Three Pure Ones and the Pangu had been distant many years ago. This was the result of the Three Pure Ones' long-term efforts. They had been using some method to weaken their relationship with the Pangu. It could be said that apart from the identity of the Pangu, the Three Pure Ones had nothing to do with the Pangu. How could Feng Zichen, who was surrounded by the Pangu, be close to the Three Pure Ones? On the other hand, the Magi had a good relationship with Feng Zichen because they were also surrounded by the Pangu. They were natural allies. All of this was very reasonable. These words were completely for outsiders to hear. Outsiders did not know the relationship between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, so they naturally did not understand why he helped the Magi. However, as soon as this sentence was said, those great mystical abilities would automatically fill in a reasonable explanation. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, since this matter is over, the poor Wei will leave with Xing Tian first. After his transformation is completed, the poor Wei will bring him to visit personally to thank you for your help today. After bowing to Feng Zichen, the Lady of Earth left with Xing Tian. After all, this place was not a good place for seclusion. It was also not safe. If they continued to stay, it was hard to guarantee that no one would choose to take the risk. Therefore, the Lady of Earth decided to bring Xing Tian back to the Pangu Hall first. Only that place was the most suitable place for Xing Tian to transform. As a temple formed by the Pangu skull, the Pangu Hall had incredible abilities. It could be said to be the safest place in the primordial world. Even the heavenly Tao could not interfere there. To be precise, the heavenly Tao could not see the Pangu Hall at all. Even if Hall Pangu was right under the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao would not be able to discover it. This was Pangu's strength. Even though countless years had passed, the people of the primordial world still found it difficult to understand the means that he had left behind. Buzz buzz buzz. As ripples appeared in the void, Hutu and Xing Tian's figures slowly disappeared. They had already made their way to the Pangu Palace through the connection between them. After Huda left, Feng Zichen glanced around. His figure flickered and he also disappeared. He had returned to the Emperor's Star. The battle between the human Emperor Xian Yuan and the great sorcerer Xing Tian broke out suddenly and ended very hastily. Originally, everyone thought that one of them would definitely die. At the very least, it should also be a lose-lose situation, and the relationship between the two clans would be broken because of this. However, the result was extremely unexpected. Not only did the two sides of the battle not die because of this, but they also obtained a huge opportunity and became even more powerful. For example, Xing Tian, who was originally half a step into the realm of primordial chaos, had surpassed his limit and broken his own shackles after this battle. From then on, he was one step closer and saw the hope of becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. As for Xian Yuan, he had relied on this battle to completely stabilize his realm and officially became one of the top great masters of the primordial world. He had become even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, the most important thing was that after this battle, not only were the two of them not injured, but they had also gained something and their strength had greatly improved. This also made it so that the scene of the relationship between the two clans breaking up that everyone had expected did not happen. The truth was exactly the opposite of everyone's expectations. It could be foreseen that after this battle, the relationship between the two clans would definitely become closer. The Sorcerer clan and the Human clan were definitely the most reliable allies. Such an unexpected scene completely shattered the confidence of the experts of the myriad clans. Through this battle, the experts of the myriad clans fully witnessed Xian Yuan's strength. They were terrified and quickly extinguished the thought of fighting with him. Too strong, he was really too strong. Judging from the strength that Xian Yuan had displayed, even if the myriad clans used all their strength, they might not be his match. Since that was the case, it was not a wise choice to fight with him. Wasn't it just leaving the primordial world and going to the heaven realm? So be it. It wasn't like they would lose a piece of meat. Moreover, even if they lost a piece of meat, it was still better than leaving their lives in the primordial world. Looking at Xian Yuan's determination, if they chose to stay in the primordial world, they were afraid that he would really kill them. In that case, in order to save their lives, it was better to leave. Obviously, the experts of the myriad clans were completely frightened by the strength that Xian Yuan had displayed. They were determined not to disobey Xian Yuan's orders and leave the primordial world with him for the heaven realm. It was with this thought that when Xian Yuan gathered the experts of the myriad clans, they were very cooperative. Yes, that's right, Xian Yuan was about to complete his merit. Before the battle with Xing Tian, Xian Yuan had already been in power for 990,000 years. He was still 10,000 years away from completing his merit. And when he finished the battle with Xing Tian, Nearly 5,000 years had passed unknowingly. In other words, during Xian Yuan's reign, there were still 5,000 years left. And what about 5,000 years? For an existence like Xian Yuan, it was really a blink of an eye. So soon, it was time for Xian Yuan to abdicate. On this day, in the millionth year of the human emperor's calendar, the experts of the myriad clans gathered in the ancestral land of the human race, displaying the grand occasion of the primordial world. Xiaohao, my son. Today, Father will hand over the human race to you. You, don't let Father and all the sages of the human race down. We are all watching you from above. In the Tai Temple, under the witness of the Virgin Nuwa, the Holy Emperor Zichen, the Ancestor Emperor Suiren, and even the statues of the sages of the human race, Xian Yuan personally handed the innate treasure, the human emperor's seal, which represented the supreme power of the human race, to the first great emperor of the human race, Xiaohao. Xiaohao will not disappoint Father. It has been entrusted by the sages of the past. Xiaohao solemnly took the human emperor's seal and swore with a serious expression. Although the position of the human emperor represented supreme power, it also represented unparalleled responsibility. There was a saying that, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight first. As the human emperor, if he didn't do well and caused problems to the human race, the backlash from the fate of the human race would definitely consign him to eternal damnation. Therefore, being the human emperor wasn't without its risks. This was also why the human emperor's ability had to be outstanding. If he wasn't outstanding, there was a real possibility that the fate of the human race would backfire on him. In the Tai Temple, with the change of owner of the human emperor's seal, the supreme power of the human race was officially handed over. This also meant that Xian Yuan had abdicated and Xiaohao had succeeded. At the same time, this also marked the end of the era of the three emperors. The human race had officially ushered in the era of the 5 emperors. Rumble. The moment Xian Yuan abdicated, in the depths of unknown time and space, in the mysterious river of fate, unprecedented changes occurred. The fate of the human race was completely boiling. The torch flame rose slowly, blooming with brilliant light that was even more dazzling than the sun. It illuminated the entire river of fate, and even the endless time and space of the past, present, and future. Hum 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 hum, human Tao, shrouded in endless light, manifested from nothingness and gradually merged with the torch flame. With the support of human Tao, the torch flame became even more resplendent. An unknown power emanated from its body, filling the entire river of fate in the blink of an eye. Then, the power penetrated through the endless space-time and spread out towards the desolation world. In an instant, this power covered the entire primordial world. Under the envelopment of this power, the human race also underwent a miraculous change. Wisps of gentle light bloomed from the bodies of the human race, filled with the radiance of humanity. It was so warm and gentle. This was the light of the true nature, and also the light of the spiritual nature. It was the foundation of the human race, the key to the evolution of the innate true spirit. It could also be said that this light was related to whether the human race could go from postnatal to innate. The purer this light was, the more compatible it was with the Taos of the world, and the easier it would be to transform into an innate true spirit. On the contrary, the more impure this light was, the more difficult it was to conform to the great Tao, and the more difficult it would be to cultivate. At the beginning of human life, the mind was pure, neither good nor evil. It could be said that it was chaos. At that time, it was also the moment when the light of the true nature was at its purest. However, as one grew, one's mind would become complicated. Without the support of a strong state of mind, the light of the true nature would inevitably be affected, gradually losing its purity and becoming impure. This was something that could not be avoided. Therefore, in the later stages of cultivation, it was inevitable that cultivators would spend a lot of time polishing the light of the spiritual nature to maintain its purity. It could be said that polishing the light of the spiritual nature had stopped countless prodigies, delaying their rise. But now, everything was different. The power that emanated from Exenhua illuminated the light of spirituality that was buried deep within the human's body. It appeared clearly in front of everyone and was constantly cleansing this light with the light of humanity to restore it to its original purity. This was the feedback of the human race's luck. The return of the three sovereigns caused the human race's luck to reach an unprecedented peak, completely ascending to the position of the main character of the world, suppressing the entire wilderness. The human race's luck was too strong, and it broke some kind of limit, connecting with the human Tao in the unseen world, causing it to descend and bless them. In this way, the human race naturally benefited. The baptism of the spiritual nature was just the beginning. If it was just a simple baptism of the spiritual nature, although it could be considered a benefit, it was only a one-time benefit, not beneficial to future generations, and the effect was extremely limited. Therefore, as the mighty power of the human Tao spread out, it gradually merged with the human race's luck and was imprinted in the torch flame. This also meant that in the future, the torch flame would have the ability to baptize the spiritual nature. And because of the existence of the human race's clan artifact, the swear-in lamp, any human who inherited the spirit of the human race could summon the swear-in lamp to carry the torch flame. Being able to receive the torch flame meant that they could use this flame to baptize the spiritual nature and increase their cultivation speed. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the human race, as it could shorten the time to cultivate experts. The most obvious benefit of an increase in luck was that one's luck would become better, cultivation would become easier, and breakthroughs would become easier. There were too many benefits of the heaven and earth's luck. Otherwise, the saints would not have shamelessly fought for it. This was the source of the chaos, and also the number one treasure in the wilderness. And this number one treasure in the wilderness now belonged to the human race. At this point, the human race had become a piece of fat meat in the eyes of the saints and even many great magicians. Everyone wanted to get a hand in it to seek luck. So, the peaceful days of the human race were gone. Feng Zichen would not be lonely anymore. In the future, he, the saints, and even many great magicians would use the human race as a battlefield. They would use all kinds of methods and racked their brains to fight to determine the ultimate fate of the human race. In the future, would the human race continue to be a puppet in the hands of the saints, or would they transcend and become the true overlords of the world? All of this would depend on the battle between Feng Zichen and the saints. Who was the one with the better skills? The change in the destiny of the human race naturally could not be hidden from Xuanyuan's perception. However, this did not prevent him from leaving the wilderness, because he knew it was his departure that the destiny of the human race would undergo such a huge change. The future belonged to the young after all. Although the older generation could be immortal and protect the race forever, if there was no rise of the younger generation, it meant that the race had lost its vitality. And a race that did not even have vitality, how could there be a future? It would eventually decay. Therefore, there were experts who rose in every generation, which was the symbol of a race's eternal prosperity. At this time, what the older generation had to do was to release their power in time and make room for the younger generation so that they could have the opportunity to display their ambitions and verify their path. The 5 innate clans did this very well. After every calamity, the rulers of the 5 innate clans would relinquish their power and hand it all over to the young people. They would go to the 4 extremes to pursue the supreme path. This point was worth learning from the human race. Everyone, take another look at the great mountains and rivers of the wilderness. It's time for us to leave. After taking one last look at the wilderness, Xianyuan Yulong rose to the sky. And with him were the experts from the myriad clans. At this point, the glory of the myriad clans had completely come to an end. The wilderness also ushered in the era of the human race. Sweeping away the myriad clans, repeating civilization, and establishing the supreme foundation of the human race was the achievement of the 3 emperors and their figures. Now, the human race was suppressing the wilderness. None of the myriad clans dared to compete with them. They all had to obey their orders. This was the symbol of the 3 emperors' merit. The 3 emperors had succeeded. They brought with them the era that belonged to them. they ascended to the sky. And the human race, and even the wilderness, would usher in the era of the 5 emperors. The foreign enemies had been wiped out by the 3 emperors, and the wilderness no longer had a match for the human race. And the mission of the 5 emperors was to govern the human race and rebuild its glory. With the foundation left behind by the 3 emperors, what the 5 emperors had to do was to work hard to develop the human race and constantly increase its foundations so that it would continue to grow stronger. In this vast wilderness, it would create a glory that belonged to the human race. The witches and demons had never been the goal of the human race. Surpassing them was the goal of the human race. Although the witches and demons were strong, they were not the protagonists of heaven and earth. But the human race was. Therefore, if they could not surpass the witches and demons, then the human race would not be worthy of the title of the protagonist of heaven and earth. Chapter 638. What was the protagonist of heaven and earth? The strongest race in the primordial world. Since the human race had inherited this position, their strength would definitely become the number 1 in the primordial world. This number 1 did not refer to the number 1 in the current world, but the number 1 in the past, present, and future, and countless spacetime. To surpass all the forces in the primordial world. In the current world, although the human race was the number 1 race in the primordial world, in the upper stream of the long river of time, the mark of the shaman and demon race still existed. That powerful aura was imprinted in the deepest part of space-time, eternal and indestructible. It was like 2 immortal monuments, suppressing the past, making it difficult for countless later races to reach. The shaman and demon race were the 2 mountains in front of the human race. Their strength was deeply ingrained in the bones of the great divine beings. If the human race could not surpass them, then in the eyes of the great divine beings, the human race would be puppets supported by the heavenly Tao. They could not be considered the true protagonists of heaven and earth and would be at their mercy. They would be far from being able to receive the same treatment as the shaman and demon race. Picking the tallest out of the shortest was referring to the human race. Therefore, only by surpassing the shaman and demon race could the human race get rid of the current awkward situation and make the great divine beings fearful and not dare to casually take advantage of the human race. However, how difficult was it to surpass the shaman and demon race? Since the birth of the primordial world, there had been countless experts in the past, but there had never been anyone who was on par with the shaman and demon race. Represented the peak of the primordial world. They were too strong, almost occupying all the good fortune of heaven and earth. The right time, place, and people. These 3 were all occupied by the shaman and demon race. It was almost impossible for the race in the future to achieve what they had achieved. First of all, the environment of heaven and earth had changed greatly, from the Khanate era to the postnatal era. It was difficult to see the Khanate essence again, and the difficulty of producing experts had undoubtedly increased countless times. Just this point cut off the possibility of surpassing the shaman and demon race. But in the difficult situation, the human race had to do it too. There was a saying that man could conquer the heavens. Turning the impossible into the possible could show the ability of the human race. In the distant heavenly court, as Shen Yuan ascended to the heavens, there were also huge changes. Under the witness of a group of great divine beings, the Yen Emperor Shenong passed the position of the heavenly emperor to the human emperor Shen Yuan, known as the Central Yellow Emperor. The abdication of the Yen Emperor and the succession of the Yellow Emperor opened a new chapter in the primordial world. Affected by this, Feng Zichen, who was recuperating on the Emperor's star, received the help of the world momentum and recovered from all his injuries in one fell swoop. His old injuries were all gone. Feng Zichen felt his whole body relax. His state of mind had reached perfection at this moment. Even the road ahead that he had been stuck in previously had gradually become clear. He was one step closer to becoming primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. 3 million years. 3 million years later, I will become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen secretly clenched his fist and said to himself excitedly. He was a step closer to attaining the Tao, so even with his mental state, great waves had arisen in his heart, and it was impossible for him to maintain his calm any longer. The Yellow Emperor reigned for 1,000,000 years. The White Emperor reigned for 1,000,000 years. The Black Emperor reigned for 1,000,000 years. The three emperors had reigned for a total of 3,000,000 years. After that, it was the day when the five elements celestial emperor reached perfection. It was also the day when Feng Zichen's merit was completed and he took another step forward. What was expected to attain the Tao? That was it. To mortals, 3,000,000 years was an unimaginably long period of time. But for powerful beings, it was not too long. It was just the time of a seclusion. The day of attaining the Tao was really close. Unlike when Shenyuan succeeded the throne, the situation of the myriad races was different. When Xiaohao succeeded the throne, the myriad races were all respectful and did not dare to act rashly. After the tireless efforts of the 3 generations of human emperors, the strength of the myriad races had been weakened to the extreme. Their essence, energy, and spirit were not as good as before, and they were far from having the capital to contend with the human race. With such a huge gap, how could the myriad races look down on the new patriarch of the human race? Did they feel that their lives were too comfortable and wanted to find excitement for themselves? Compared to the 3 emperors, the situation that the 5 emperors had to face was really much happier. The hidden dangers in the primordial world were almost completely cleaned up by the 3 emperors. Next, as long as the 5 emperors continued to develop step by step, the strength of the human race would become stronger and stronger. This was the benefit of being a junior. With the 3 emperors in front, they did not have the shade of their ancestors to rely on. Therefore, they could only fight for the world with their bare hands. They were pioneers. It was as if they had created the world in the chaos. They used their fists and feet to open up a paradise for the human race in the dangerous primordial world. And it was precisely because of their efforts that the situation was completely opened up for the 5 emperors who came later. It could be said that the 3 emperors were the rich generation. They started from scratch and built a huge foundation. As for the 5 emperors, they were the rich second generation. Because of the efforts of their ancestors, they saved the time to accumulate primitive capital. One step at a time. With the capital of their ancestors, the 5 emperors could easily open up the situation. The difficulties they had to face were naturally much easier than those of the 3 emperors. At the very least, during the period of the 3 emperors, the human race did not have as many experts as they did now. In the early period of Xiaohao's reign, he established a strange system. He used all kinds of birds as civil and military officials. The specific division of labor was carried out according to the characteristics of different birds. The phoenix was in charge of the birds, then the swallow was in charge of spring, the shrike was in charge of summer, the parrot was in charge of autumn, and the golden pheasant was in charge of winter. In addition, he sent 5 kinds of birds to manage daily affairs. The filial partridge was in charge of education. The ferocious pheasant was in charge of military affairs. The fair cuckoo was in charge of construction. The majestic eagle was in charge of law. The eloquent turtledove was in charge of speech. There were also 9 kinds of birds in charge of agriculture, so that the people would not be licentious. The 5 kinds of pheasants were in charge of carpentry, painting, pottery, dyeing, and leatherworking. This was the original system of the human race, and it was also the source of the various official positions of the human race in the future. It was precisely by relying on these systems that the human race developed in an orderly manner under Xiaohao's governance. Their strength was increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The prosperity of the human race began from this. Of course, while developing the human race, Xiaohao did not forget the myriad races. Unlike his father, Shenyuan, Xiaohao did not blindly suppress the myriad races. Instead, he tried his best to promote them to integrate into the human race so that they could create a prosperous era in the primordial world together. According to the different characteristics of the myriad races, Xiaohao arranged them in suitable positions one by one. He used their unique abilities to contribute to the great cause of the human race and the prosperity of the primordial world. For example, the Wood Spirit clan, who was naturally close to spiritual herbs, Xiaohao arranged for them to cultivate spiritual herbs for the human race's daily needs. The Earth Spirit clan, who was naturally close to the Earth, Xiaohao asked them to sort out the Earth veins and create large amounts of spirit fields for the human race. There were also the Fire Spirit clan, who was good at controlling fire. Xiaohao asked them to refine weapons or refine pills for the human race's warriors. Such situations. There were simply too many to count. In short, every race. Xiaohao could find a suitable position for them. He would not let them be idle and let them shine for the great cause of the human race. Of course, Xiaohao did not oppress the myriad races blindly. He only took a portion of the benefits obtained by the myriad races, not all of them. If he really did so, no matter how strong the human race was, the myriad races would rebel. This was the leak. He could not cut it too harshly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if his roots were hurt. Even the leak was like this. Not to mention the myriad races. For the myriad races, Xiaohao still had to be comforted from time to time. After all, back then, Xianyuan suppressed the myriad races too ruthlessly and almost broke their roots. Now, with the rise of the human race and the decline of the myriad races, the setback then was a little outdated and did not match the current situation. After Xiaohao succeeded to the throne, the human race's attitude towards the myriad races changed drastically, giving them the respect they deserved so that they could do their best to contribute to the great cause of the human race. Let the descendants of the myriad races work harder for the rise of the human race. Tearful. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 700,000 years had passed. At this moment, it was already the late period of Xiaohao's rule. Compared to back then, the human race had already undergone a huge change. The myriad races were united and developed the human race together, causing the human race to change all the time. Their foundation was constantly increasing, and more experts were born. The younger generation of geniuses was endless. It was a great demeanor of a great race in the primordial world. But there were no changes. There were limits. The strength of the human race. It was impossible for it to continue expanding without limit. This was unrealistic and unreasonable. After the initial period of rapid expansion, the development of the human race gradually slowed down. In fact, at this time, they had already reached a bottleneck. The momentum of expansion had completely stopped. This was something that every race had to experience in the process of development. In fact, the human race should have encountered such a situation many years ago. But unfortunately, Xiaohao's methods were too brilliant. He actually thought of a way to use the myriad races to support the human race. He forcefully raised the upper limit of the human race's development, allowing the human race's strength to continue to expand rapidly. Until now, when the potential of the myriad races was exhausted, the human race's bottleneck period reappeared. The so-called bottleneck was not that the human race's strength was no longer increasing, but that it had reached a state of saturation and could not expand rapidly like before. In such a situation, unless there was a major change, otherwise, the human race's future development could only rely on the passage of time, accumulating bit by bit. And in such a situation, Xiaohao had already expected this. He also had a solution. It began to inventory the human race's treasure vault. With the departure of the experts of the myriad races, it was time to set up the 365 Heavenly Palace. He believed, once the Heavenly Palace was really set up and connected to the boundless starry sky, the primordial world would definitely undergo a huge change. And this change would definitely be able to help the human race break through the bottleneck and enter the period of rapid expansion again. Setting up 365 Heavenly Palace in the primordial world was a plan that had been made during the Shennong era. Unfortunately, although this plan was good, it could not be carried out because the timing was not right. It could only be delayed. And this wait was 2 million years. This great plan that was formulated during the Shennong era, after the Shenyuan era, finally waited for the time to be carried out during the Xiaohao era, and it could see the light of day again. This plan had been continuously perfected by 2 generations of human emperors, a great emperor, and 3 supreme experts of the primordial world. Could be said to be perfect. Once it was really carried out, it would definitely bring unprecedented changes to the human race and even the entire primordial world. Xiao Hao firmly believed so. Of course, in fact, that was also the case. Because this plan was not perfected by Shenong and Xianyuan, but by Feng Zichen and Fuxi. Why did Fuxi need humans? The founder of the Khanate 8 trigrams, a master of the primordial world's deduction, and a great master of the Tao of array formations. And this was only the Fuxi of the past. The current Fuxi was even more powerful than back then. First, in terms of cultivation, he had now become a secondary saint, and his strength was comparable to a saint, much stronger than back then. Then, in terms of numinous treasures, back then, Fuxi did not have the conditions to possess the He Tu and the Book of Luo. But now, the He Tu and the Book of Luo had long been completely refined by him. With a top-notch deduction power, coupled with the top-notch deduction treasure, and the double buff, one could imagine how much Fuxi's ability had improved. As for Feng Zichen, that was even more incredible. In terms of attainments in deduction, Feng Zichen might not be as good as Fuxi, but he had a cheat. Whether it was the Hongmeng Daozhong or the fragment of the creation jade disc, they were both top-notch treasures of the primordial world. With the combined strength of the two, Feng Zichen dared to say that in the primordial world, only Tao ancestor Hong Jun could surpass him in the Tao of deduction. Not even the demon ancestor Rahu could do it, because he did not have the creation jade disc. Think about it. Back then, Fuxi and Di Jun joined forces. They could deduce a top-notch formation like the heavenly cycle star formation of the primordial world. Now, the 2 more powerful people joined forces and deduced a perfect plan together. How could it not be powerful and perfect? If this matter was successful, it would be a great deed of merit. However, Xiao Hao's idea was very good, but it was obvious that he had thought too simply of this plan. When he finished checking the treasury of the human race, he was really dumbfounded. Not enough. Not enough at all. With the current foundation of the human race, not to mention refining 365 heavenly cycle divine palaces, they could not even refine half of them. According to Xiao Hao's estimation, even if the human race used everything they had, they could only refine more than 100 heavenly cycle divine palaces. But this was far from enough. It was only then that Xiao Hao realized that he had overestimated the human race. In the end, the world was different. The scene of treasures everywhere in the ancient times could no longer be seen. Therefore, even if the human race occupied more than half of the resources in the primordial world, the benefits they obtained were just a drop in the bucket for refining the heavenly cycle divine palaces. Compared to the ancient times, the quality of the resources now was undoubtedly worse. One was innate, one was postnatal, the difference of one word was the difference between heaven and earth. In the ancient times, a casual breath of a cultivator was better than dozens of days of bitter cultivation now. This was the difference. In such an environment, even if the human race dominated the entire primordial world, they would not be able to collect anything good. Chapter 639. Seeing that the plan that the 3 generations of experts had planned for nearly 3 million years was about to be realized in his hands, Xiao Hao's excitement could be imagined. But who knew that at this critical moment, this great plan would be announced to be aborted because of the lack of reserves of the human race? Xiao Hao's heart crumbled at this. In this short period of time, he had experienced the ups and downs of life. This huge difference really made him feel helpless. However, even though he was helpless, he still had to think of a way. He could not put this great plan on hold forever, right? It was obviously unrealistic to continue passing it down for future generations. After all, the environment in the world would only get worse, not better. Therefore, if he could not collect the materials to refine the heavenly palace now, he would not be able to collect them in the future. Therefore, this plan had to be completed in his hands and could not be left to future generations. If he continued to delay, this plan would gradually be lost in the long river of time. Refine. He had to refine. Even if he had to think of all ways, he had to refine the 365 heavenly palace. Silently, Xiaohao made up his mind. Just treat it as. This was his test to achieve the Tao. When Fuxi was on the throne, there was chaos among the Khanate beasts. When Shenong was on the throne, there was the tribulation of Khanate tribulation energy. When Shen Yuan was on the throne, there was the disaster of war among the 10,000 races. And since he, Xiaohao, succeeded to the throne, the 4 seas had been peaceful. In the entire primordial world, there were no disasters. If nothing unexpected happened, he would smoothly pass his term and become one of the 5 emperors. However, although the achievements of the 5 emperors could not be compared to the 3 emperors, they were still one of the top achievements of the primordial world. How could it be so easy to obtain? Therefore, the matter of the heavenly palace was a test for Xiaohao by the heavenly Tao. If he succeeded, he would be one of the 5 emperors of the primordial world. If he failed, he could only be one of the 5 emperors of the human race. The treasure of heaven and earth, the top karmic position in the world, how could he allow it so easily? It was impossible to think about it. He had to achieve a great achievement that would not be easy for 10,000 generations. In the imperial ancestral temple, Xiaohao sat in meditation for 3,000 years. He finally thought of a way that was not a way. That was using the hands of the 10,000 races to refine the heavenly palace. As an innate race that had been passed down for countless years, they had declined under the deliberate suppression of the human race. However, it was undeniable that their foundation was definitely much deeper than that of the human race. Even if they were never rich before, they were born early. As early as the ancient times, or even the ancient times, they had already existed. In that era, even a blade of grass that could be seen everywhere on the ground would be considered an incredible treasure in this day and age. In other words, the myriad races in the primordial era and the primordial era could casually accumulate a very precious amount of wealth. They were born early. This was the greatest capital of the myriad races. Therefore, they would definitely be able to gather the materials needed to refine the heavenly palace, and they would be acquired cardinal treasures. Of course, a single innate race might not have the ability to do so, but the combined power of all races would definitely be able to do so. According to the method that Xiaohao came up with, they would first use the power of the human race to refine the heavenly palace. They would refine as much as they could, and the rest would be left to the myriad races to refine. This method would first release the benefits of having the heavenly palace so that the myriad races would know about it. It would attract their curiosity and force them to take the initiative to ask the human race about the heavenly palace. Then the human race would cover it up and not admit to it at all. On the other hand, they would continue to release news about the heavenly palace to let the myriad races confirm the authenticity of the matter. In the end, things would be much simpler. After confirming the authenticity of the heavenly palace, the myriad races would definitely be tempted and would think of all ways to obtain a heavenly palace. The heavenly palace had the ability to go against the innate. The cultivation environment was comparable to the famous mountains and rivers of ancient times. It could support Daluo Jinxian's cultivation. Such a powerful ability was the hope of a race's rise. Therefore, as long as the myriad races were smart, they would see the benefits of having the heavenly palace. And the human race, who had the heavenly palace, could use it to control the myriad races and make them contribute materials for the human race to refine the heavenly palace. Of course, if the myriad races wanted to willingly give up enough materials to refine the heavenly palace, the human race would have to pay a price. Therefore, Xiaohao decided to give up a portion of the quota to refine the heavenly palace to the myriad races. After learning about the universal shrine, the myriad races would definitely be eager to learn more about it. Hence, they would constantly ask the human race. Seeing the myriad races like this, the human race naturally knew that the matter of the heavenly palace had been completely exposed and could no longer hide it from the myriad races. At this time, Xiaohao had to appear at the right time. In consideration of the myriad race's hard work and great contributions, the human race decided to give up a portion of the quota to refine the heavenly palace to the myriad races. However, there were too many myriad races, and the quota was limited. They could not easily give it away. Therefore, the human race had to think carefully about which race was more suitable to give these quotas to. With that said, the myriad races returned to wait for news. When the human race made a decision, they would inform them. This was equivalent to hinting for the myriad races to give benefits to the human race. After all, why would the human race give them the quota for no reason? Such an undisguised plan was equivalent to a blatant extortion. There were countless capable people in the myriad races, so they naturally could see through it. But so what if they could see through it? For the future of their race, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and offer gifts to the human race in order to obtain the quota to refine the heavenly palace. This was an overt scheme. Even though they knew it was a scheme, they could not avoid it. As for Xiaohao, with this scheme, he could sit in the human race and wait for the myriad races to offer treasures for him to refine the heavenly palace. After Xiaohao used up all the gifts from the myriad races, the number of heavenly palace that had not been refined would be the quota that the human race would give to the myriad races. As for how to distribute it, that was simple. He could directly list the gifts from the myriad races, from the highest to the lowest. Whoever gave the most would receive the quota. Of course, in order to ensure that the strength of the myriad races would increase, there would naturally be restrictions on the allocation of the heavenly palace quotas. That was, each race could only have one heavenly palace at most. This was the limit. Xiaohao was a man of action. After he had a plan in mind, he directly ordered everyone to take action. So, the news about the heavenly palace spread throughout the entire primordial world. Naturally, the myriad races also received this news. At first, they were still a little skeptical about this news. However, when someone secretly went to the human race out of curiosity and saw the 365 huge palaces standing in the human territory, they no longer had any doubts. The truth was right in front of them. There was nothing to argue about. This was the greatest persuasion. After the news was confirmed, the entire myriad races were in an uproar. They all went to the human race to ask about the heavenly palace. In the beginning, the human race naturally tried to dodge this matter. However, as more and more evidence was taken out by the patriarchs of the myriad races, the human race had no choice but to admit the truth of this matter. After all, the 365 heavenly sacred palaces were clearly visible in the human race's territory. Hence, the human race would not be able to hide this fact. Of course, the human race did not want to hide it. What happened after that was much simpler. Everything was going according to Xiaohao's plan. Time flowed like water. Unknowingly, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. Hundreds of thousands of years were enough for the matter of distributing the slots to refine the heavenly palace to the myriad races to come to an end. But the final outcome of this matter. There were slight differences from what Xiaohao had expected. However, in general, it did not affect the overall situation. Instead, it was even more perfect. According to the outcome that Xiaohao had expected, the slots to refine the heavenly palace should have fallen into the hands of a few Khanate clans. After all, they were the strongest and had the deepest foundation. Naturally, they were extremely generous when they made a move. It was normal for the quota of refining the heavenly cycle temple to fall into their hands. However, the outcome was often the most unexpected. Among the myriad races, some of the Khanate clans whose strength was in the upper middle class were deeply aware that their strength was far from being comparable to those Khanate clans. It was almost impossible for them to obtain the slots to refine the heavenly palace this time. They would definitely not be able to compete with those Khanate clans. However, if they were asked to give up just like that, they would not be willing. That was the hope of rising up. In this primordial world where the cultivation environment was getting worse and worse, it was not easy to see the hope of rising up. No matter who it was, they would not give up so easily. They had not tried, so how could they know that they would not succeed? As the saying goes, when one is poor, one will change. In their desperation, those Khanate clans whose strength was in the upper middle class really thought of a way to defeat the Khanate clans. That was to join forces. The strength of a single clan might not be able to compete with the Khanate clans, but the strength of several clans definitely far surpassed the Khanate clans. Based on this idea, the clans that had a better relationship with each other formed small interest groups one after another and joined forces to offer gifts to the human race. As members of the Khanate myriad races, even if there was a difference in strength, the difference would not be too great. After all, the Khanate clans that were too weak had long been destroyed in the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Therefore, when several clans joined forces, they would definitely surpass a single Khanate clan. The Khanate clans had failed. With the alliance of these Khanate clans that were in the upper middle class, most of the confident Khanate clans had failed. The gifts that they gave were not as valuable as those of these clans. As for Xiaohao, from the moment he thought of this method, he had already made up his mind to value everything. In other words, he would choose whoever gave him the most benefits. As for whether this gift was given by one party or by many parties, he did not care at all. It could even be said that Xiaohao was happy to see this happen. The significance of a single race possessing a cycle divine palace was completely different from that of multiple races possessing a cycle divine palace. The former could allow that clan to rise again. As for the latter, although it could also allow those Khanate clans to rise again, it would undoubtedly take a much longer time. The same resources were enjoyed by one person alone and shared with several people. The results were completely different. After this unexpected scene happened, Xiaohao wished that he could give all the slots to refine the heavenly temple to those beneficial communities so that they could share the results. But unfortunately, Xiaohao could not. As for why, it could only be said that those Khanate clans had given too much, so Xiaohao had no reason to refuse. After more than 100,000 years, Xiaohao used the strength of the human race and the resources offered by the myriad races to refine a total of 240 heavenly temples. The number of heavenly temples totaled 365. A set of universal sacred palaces consisted of 365 palaces. The human clan had refined 240 of them, leaving 115 universal sacred palaces unrefined. And these 115 heavenly temples were the slots that the human race had allocated to the myriad races. With the completion of the heavenly temples, Xiaohao also came out of seclusion and announced the list of slots to the myriad races. When this name was announced, the myriad races were in an uproar. Especially those Khanate clans that had failed. They were extremely vexed. Before the incident, who would have thought that there was such a method of joining forces? Of course, even though they were vexed, they still did not dare to let those Khanate clans cause trouble. Not to mention that the human race would not allow it. Even if those Khanate clans joined forces, they would not be able to deal with them. Therefore, it was fine if they did not cause trouble. Once they did, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. But no matter what, losing the heavenly temples was undoubtedly a huge loss for these Khanate clans. Others had them, but they did not. If there were no accidents, as time passed, they would eventually be surpassed by others. They were used to being high and mighty, so how could they tolerate others looking down on them? The failure this time finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It caused the emotions that those Khanate clans had accumulated for countless years to completely erupt. They had had enough. They had had enough of the oppression of the human race. Therefore, they decided to leave. They wanted to follow in the footsteps of their ancestors and head to the heaven realm. If they continued to stay in the primordial world, they would never have the chance to surpass the human race. They could only live under the oppression of the human race. Since that was the case, they might as well go to the heaven realm and try their luck. That place still maintained the innate environment. Compared to the primordial world, it was undoubtedly more suitable for them, the innate clans. Of course, it was also more dangerous. But if they went there with their innate clans' identities, they might be able to make a name for themselves. Wasn't that better than continuing to stay in the primordial world? Cultivators, it was in the word, fight. Fight for fate with the heavens, fight for luck with the earth, fight for wealth with others. In the past, they did not fight, so today, they were bullied by the human race. Now, if they did not fight, they would completely decline. Therefore, They wanted to go to the heaven realm to fight and see if they could surpass the human race. Just as some of the Khanate clans were preparing to evacuate the primordial world, Xiaohao was not idle. He began his great cause of establishing the heavenly temples. Chapter 640. For this, Xiaohao also gave the power of the human race. He handed it all to his nephew, Zhuanshu. Zhuanshu was the grandson of the emperor. He was the grandson of human Emperor Shenyuan and the nephew of Emperor Xiaohao. At the same time, he was also the reincarnation of the Water Dragon Lord, the patriarch of the Water Dragon clan in the ancient times. After the ancient war, the Water Dragon Lord fell to protect the human race and fell into silence. However, the human race had always repaid kindness. How could they watch the Water Dragon Lord fall and do nothing? Therefore, after Feng Zichen verified the power of the blood altar, he immediately used this treasure to revive the innate true spirits of the three ancestors of the human race, the Water Dragon Lord, and the other experts of the 5 innate clans. He also used the Emperor Purple Chi to nourish their true spirits so as to give them a shocking opportunity. That was the beginning of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Countless years had passed since Feng Zichen implemented his plan. Now, the 3 sovereigns had completed their work. The leader of the 5 emperors, Emperor Xiaohao, had also reached the end of his reign. The Water Dragon Lord's innate true spirit had also reincarnated at the right time and joined the human race to ensure the continuation of the 5 emperors' legacy. As the reincarnation of Daluo Jingxian, Zhuanshu was the same as his predecessors. He was born with incomparable talent and could be said to be the number 1 person of the younger generation. It was his outstanding performance that attracted Xiaohao's attention. After a series of tests, Xiaohao was extremely satisfied with Zhuanshu and groomed him as his successor. As Xiaohao gradually focused his energy on building the Heavenly Cycle Palace, he inevitably had no time to care about the matters of the human race. Therefore, at this time, as his successor, Zhuanshu could step forward and take charge of the human race for him. Firstly, this would allow Xiaohao to focus on the heavenly palace and not worry about the human race. Secondly, he could use this to train Zhuanshu and increase his administrative experience. Thirdly, he could use this to establish Zhuanshu's dignity so that he could better complete the transfer of power of the human race in the future. Xiaohao was naturally relieved to leave the human race's affairs to Zhuanshu. Therefore, he could deal with the heavenly palace without worry. In fact, it was not difficult to build the heavenly palace. The difficult part was how to coordinate the relationship between the 10,000 races. The matter of establishing the Cycle Divine Palace involved many things, far surpassing Xiao Chen's imagination. Once it was done, it would definitely benefit the entire primordial world. With such great benefits right in front of their eyes, how could they not be tempted? Therefore, everyone from the myriad races wanted to get involved. Even if he could not obtain the Cycle Divine Palace, he had to think of a way to get a share of this and earn some merit. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to not feel indignant when they saw others benefit while they had nothing. Thus, they would deliberately cause trouble. If the myriad races were united, such a situation would naturally not occur. But clearly, the myriad races were not. On the contrary, there were many races that held grudges against each other. If there were too many people, there would be conflicts. This was the case for the human race. It was the same in the myriad races. For example, wolves eating sheep. Could it be, did the wolf clan have a natural enmity with the sheep clan? Of course not. At that time, when the 10,000 races were born, they were all ignorant and did not know how to fight. They lived in harmony in the untainted land. However, the human heart was fickle. As time passed, the Tao hearts of the 10,000 races were stained with dust, and greed was born. At this point, whether it was for benefits, for the Tao, or for quarrels, in short, the 10,000 races gradually started to fight. Some hatred would slowly dissipate with the passage of time. However, some hatred would become more and more unforgettable as time passed. Therefore, this turned into a feud. What was a feud? A feud of generations. Only when one side was completely exterminated would this feud be eliminated. However, if the two sides were unable to completely exterminate the other side, then after a long period of silence, this hatred would appear in another way. For example, natural enemies. Wolves and sheep were like that. The reason was the hatred from countless years ago that had been passed down to today's results. The 10,000 races played tricks on each other, greatly delaying the process of establishing the cycle divine palace. Xiaohao had really put in a lot of effort to coordinate the relationship between the 10,000 races. Of course, although Xiaohao was vexed by these things, he was still happy to see them like this. After all, the 10,000 races that were full of contradictions were more reassuring than the 10,000 races that were united. While the 10,000 races were playing tricks on each other, Xiaohao was not idle either. He was doing something. He secretly set up some restrictions on the cycle divine palace that was about to be given to the 10,000 races. These restrictions were not to restrict the ability of the cycle divine palace to make its ability to transform spiritual energy inferior to that of the human race. The purpose of doing so was too obvious. It was simply an insult to the intelligence of the 10,000 races. At the same time, it also made the human race seem a little petty. Therefore, Xiaohao disdained to do so. The purpose of setting up these restrictions was to prevent the 10,000 races from using the cycle divine palace to threaten the human race after they gained control of it. 365 cycle divine palaces stood on the untainted land, secretly complementing Zhouxing. They formed the galaxy cosmic light array, evolved the Panga god, and protected the earth veins. At the same time, this was also a method to deal with enemies. Once the array was activated, the combination of the power of Zhouxing and the power of the earth veins could easily suppress any existence below primordial chaos. Even if the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian came, it could trap him for more than 1,000 years, if not completely suppress him. This was a form of protection for the untainted land. At the same time, it was also one of the trump cards of the human race. But all of this was on the premise that all the cycle divine palaces were still under the control of the human race. But now, because the human race's foundation was limited, they could not refine all the cycle divine palaces. Emperor Xiaohao had no choice but to divide a portion of the cycle divine palaces and hand them over to the 10,000 races to refine. In this way, although the cycle divine palaces were still a method to protect the untainted land, they could not be considered the trump card of the human race. Think about it. If the human race activated the cycle divine palaces and fought a bloody battle with the enemy, and the 10,000 races that controlled the cycle divine palaces suddenly turned on them at the critical moment and stabbed the human race in the back, then the human race would be in big trouble. In fact, they did not even need to deal with the human race. They only needed to suppress the power of the cycle divine palaces at the critical moment and prevent them from erupting. Just this point was enough for the human race to suffer. This kind of attack from the inside was the most fatal. Therefore, they had to be on guard against this. That was the reason why Xiaohao had secretly set up restrictions in the cycle's sacred palace. This restriction would not hinder the normal operation of the cycle divine palaces, nor would it affect the 10,000 races that lived in it. Its only function was to prevent the 10,000 races from mobilizing the power of the cycle divine palaces at the critical moment. That was enough. If they could not mobilize the cycle divine palaces, the 10,000 races would not be able to stab the human race in the back at the critical moment. Xiaohao's goal would be achieved. In this way, even if the 10,000 races found out, they would not say anything. Because if it were them, they would do the same. For the safety of their race, what was the big deal about using some underhanded methods? This was human nature. Of course, the biggest reason for this was that the human race was strong enough that the 10,000 races could not compete with them. Otherwise, the 10,000 races would definitely cause trouble. After all, understanding was one thing. However, if the things that they had bought with real money were secretly used by others, causing them to be unable to use them at the critical moment, no one would feel comfortable. It was still the same sentence. As long as one was strong enough, one could ignore the rules and make others not dare to say anything even if they were angry. Among the 10,000 races, although they had been trying to trip each other, However, they also knew that the matter of establishing the heavenly cycle of stars was too important. If this matter could not be carried out because of them, then their fate would definitely not be good. Therefore, although everyone was trying to trip each other up, they still had a limit. They would not make too much of a fuss and affect the progress of establishing the cycle divine palaces. Just like that, with the efforts of the 10,000 races, the cycle divine palaces were like bamboo shoots after the rain, standing one after another on the primordial land. Everything was going according to Xiaohao's plan. And all of this was seen by Feng Zichen on the Emperor Star. On the primordial land. After such a big thing had happened, how could it hide from Feng Zichen's eyes? In fact, from the moment Xiaohao began to plan to build Zhouxing, Feng Zichen had secretly cast his gaze and kept an eye on the movements of the human race. He even knew that the human race did not have enough treasures to refine the cycle divine palaces. But he was not like before. To fill the gap for the human race. Previously, Feng Zichen had already made an exception to support the human race. This time, it was better to let the human race solve it themselves. The heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. The prosperity of a race did not rely on the efforts of a single person, but the efforts of everyone. If he was to do everything, like a nanny, wouldn't the human race repeat the mistakes of the ancient times? He could do everything alone. What was the use of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Feng Zichen only watched and did not help Xiaohao in the slightest. Xiaohao did not disappoint him. Under such circumstances, Xiaohao did not even think of asking him for help. Instead, he planned to think of a way himself. This was enough for Feng Zichen to feel gratified. Because if Xiaohao really asked him for help, Feng Zichen really did not know if he could really make up his mind to refuse. No matter how many harsh words he said, no matter how determined he was, but in the end, he was still a human. As a human, how could Feng Zichen remain indifferent in the face of the human race's request for help? Only a person with affection and loyalty could be considered a human. If one cultivated to the end, without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, one would have a heart of stone. One would be like a cold stone. The only thing in one's heart would be the supreme great Tao. One would be extremely indifferent to all things in the world. Then one would not be considered a human. It was the Tao. Only the Tao. Could one let go of everything and not worry about anything? But it was obvious that Feng Zichen had too many things in his heart that he could not let go of. Therefore, he was still a human. He could not achieve the Tao, and he could not forget the human race. Therefore, if Xiaohao really asked him for help, he would be very disappointed, but there was a high chance that he would not refuse. The human heart was like this. How many people had escaped since ancient times? Fortunately, Xiaohao did not choose to ask Feng Zichen for help. Instead, he was prepared to think of a way himself. Facing difficulties was worthy of praise. Xiaohao was worthy of being the human emperor. He quickly came up with a solution. He used the hands of the myriad races to refine the heavenly palace. Regarding this method, Feng Zichen was very satisfied. In the short term, dividing the heavenly palace to the myriad races would undoubtedly cause the human race to lose a major trump card and plant hidden dangers in the future. If the myriad races rose because of this, wouldn't the human race be trapped in a cocoon of their own making? But from another point of view, with the rise of the myriad races, it would undoubtedly bring great external pressure to the human race to urge the human race to continue to improve. Invincibility was not a good thing. Without an opponent for a long time, it would undoubtedly cause the human race to slack off, and this would be the beginning of their defeat. Moreover, with the disappearance of external pressure, the internal pressure would expand, leading to the occurrence of internal strife. Therefore, it was a good thing to give the human race some external pressure. On the path of cultivation, if one did not advance, they would retreat. It was the same no matter where it was placed. Of course, Feng Zichen didn't just stand by and watch. While he was observing, he was also on guard to prevent anyone from secretly attacking and destroying this matter. Not everyone hoped that the primordial world would become better and better. chaos fiend god, and some fallen great divinities were the greatest threat. A confrontation between such existences could not be resisted by the current strength of the human race. Therefore, this required Feng Zichen to protect them. Perhaps Feng Zichen's warning had an effect. Or perhaps, after the failure last time, the chaos fiend god had chosen to temporarily hide. In short, the construction of the heavenly palace was completed smoothly. During this period, no one attacked to destroy it. In the 95th year of Xiaohao's calendar, after hundreds of thousands of years of hard work, Xiaohao combined the power of the human race and the myriad races to finally establish 360 Zhouxing in the primordial world. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the human race, a majestic palace floated in the void, emitting a resplendent divine light. That was the center of the human race's power, the supreme palace, the human emperor's palace. At the same time, it was also the center of the 360 heavenly palace, the Ziwei Palace. Whether it was the human race's heavenly palace or the primordial world's heavenly palace, there was only one Ziwei Palace that represented the head of all the divine palaces. That was the human race's supreme palace, the human emperor's palace. It was the center of the human race's power and the myriad races' power. With the power of one palace, it operated 2 galaxy cosmic light arrays alone. Perhaps the current human emperor's palace was not the strongest grotto heaven in the primordial world. However, as the 2 galaxy cosmic light arrays operated, its origin would become stronger and stronger. One day, it would become the #1 cultivation holy land in the primordial world. In front of the human emperor's palace, Xiaohao ordered people to set up an altar and led the experts of the myriad races to pray to the heavens. Heavenly Tao above. Today, Xiaohao of the human race has led the people of the myriad races and spent 200,000 years to establish 365 heavenly palace in the primordial world to protect the earth. We are here to announce to the heavens that we hope the heavens will judge us. Heavenly palace, establish. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavens immediately sensed it. Instantly, an extremely majestic will. It appeared from the void. Chapter 641. The heavenly axiom had descended. Rumble. A vast will surged out of the void. In the blink of an eye, it swept through all the heavenly palace. It was also at this moment. Everything about the heavenly palace, even the plans of Feng Zichen and the others, were all sensed by the heavenly axiom. However, the heavenly axiom did not care at all. It only knew that with the establishment of the 365 heavenly palace, the wilderness would become more and more stable. That was enough. As for Feng Zichen and the others, did they have any selfish motives? Was that important? In the eyes of the heavenly axiom, the stability of the wilderness was greater than anything else. Compared to that, everything else was just minor details that were not worth paying attention to at all. Therefore, as long as it was confirmed that the establishment of the heavenly palace would bring benefits to the wilderness, the heavenly axiom did not care at all whether Feng Zichen and the others could gain personal benefits from this matter. Just now, the heavenly axiom scanned the heavenly palace to determine whether its existence was good or bad for the wilderness. And the result was obvious. Establishing the heavenly cycle divine palace would bring no harm to the great desolate world. Therefore, the heavenly axiom had allowed this matter. Beams of divine light bloomed from the heavenly palace. They were incomparably resplendent and pierced through the 9 layers of clouds, forming an inexplicable connection with the Zhouxing in the distant firmament. Rumble. At this moment, the stars trembled, each radiating a dazzling light. Unparalleled star power gushed out of their bodies and poured into the corresponding universal palace. Roar, roar, roar. With the support of the star power, the heavenly palace immediately changed. Blurry figures slowly appeared in the palace. They were ancient and mysterious, as if they were strolling in from the past and were about to walk into the present. Those were illusory figures of the heavenly cycle star gods. Every Zhouxing would give birth to an innate star god. They were the sons of the stars and the natural lords of the stars. At this moment, the illusory figures of the heavenly cycle star gods were born in the heavenly palace. This meant that they had obtained the approval of the Zhosheng and could borrow the power of the Zhosheng's origin. At the same time, this also meant that the galaxy cosmic light array had taken shape. In front of the Ziwei Divine Hall, Xiaohao looked at the universe divine hall that was glowing with divine light. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands, pointed at the void, and issued a command. Galactic cosmic light array, rise. As soon as he finished speaking, a change occurred. The divine light that shot into the sky from the universal sacred palace suddenly began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it had completely shrunk back into the sacred palace. Then, as if it had been compressed to the extreme, the divine light suddenly exploded. Accompanied by countless mysterious runes, it swept in all directions. Dazzling divine light and endless runes flooded the entire untainted land in the blink of an eye. Buzz, 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 the stars in the sky trembled. Boundless astral energy descended and was absorbed by the complete heaven's sacred palace. With this assistance, the divine light rune's aura skyrocketed and connected into one in an instant. Subsequently, an astonishing change occurred. Rumble, the entire Your-Wilds was buzzing, and the myriad Daos were trembling. They seemed to be trembling, but at the same time, they seemed excited. Numerous shocking phenomena were born. Amidst the shocking rare phenomena, a vast, ancient, magnificent, and illusionary figure silently descended. Pangu's shadow. No, to be precise, it was Pangu's godly figure. He appeared so suddenly and stood silently in the sky above the 360 universal sacred palaces, silently guarding the untainted land. But even so, the moment Pangu's godly figure appeared, his imposing figure still made people unable to look directly at him. Yes, it was different from Feng Zichen rebuilding the boundless starry sky, Shenong sorting out the earth veins, and the shadow of Pangu's godly figure hiding. This time, the shadow of Pangu's godly figure clearly appeared on the untainted land. It allowed the myriad races, the powerful beings, and even the chaos demon gods to clearly sense his existence. This was done deliberately by Feng Zichen. His purpose was to deter those with ulterior motives. He wanted to make it clear to the world, the untainted land was protected by Pangu's godly figure. Anyone with ulterior motives had to extinguish their thoughts that they should not have. Otherwise, under Pangu's axe, there would be no life. That is, Pangu's father god? When they suddenly saw the appearance of Pangu's godly figure, not to mention the experts of the myriad races, even the powerful beings who were secretly watching this place were shocked. In the untainted land, no matter who it was, there was an insurmountable peak in their hearts. That was Pangu. In the hearts of all living beings in the untainted land, Pangu's father god was an invincible existence. Known, unknown, as long as it existed, no one could compete with it except for the great Tao. From this, it could be seen that Pangu's position in the hearts of all living beings in the untainted land. When they suddenly saw the manifestation of Pangu's godly figure, everyone could not help but be so excited that they could not control themselves. Those powerful beings were still fine because they were old enough and had experienced many great calamities of the world. Therefore, they had more or less seen the manifestation of Pangu's shadow. Therefore, in their hearts, they were more surprised than excited. However, the living beings of the untainted land were different. As the world changed several times, those living beings who had seen Pangu's shadow had either already attained the Tao or died in the great calamity and turned into dust. Therefore, the living beings of the world were all living beings of the new generation. Most of their understanding of Pangu's great Taoist priests came from legends. They had never personally experienced him and his greatness. But now, with the manifestation of Pangu's godly figure, the legend had become a reality. One could imagine the excitement in everyone's hearts. Greetings, Pangu's father god. Unable to hold back the excitement in their hearts, everyone bowed to Pangu's godly figure to express their excitement. For a moment, The name of Pangu resounded throughout the untainted land. Pangu! 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 Perhaps the expectations of all living beings had an effect. The will of Pangu in the unseen world actually responded. Boom! An incomparably vast power suddenly erupted in the depths of the void, spreading out at a speed that surpassed time and space and thought. In an instant, it swept through the entire untainted land. Whoosh! At this moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. Everything fell into a stagnant state. It was not until an angry roar resounded throughout the untainted land that everyone came back to their senses. Pangu, the name Pangu, was filled with endless hatred. The unwillingness and hatred contained in his voice was enough to move anyone who heard it. It's the Chaos Demon God. After the voice fell, Feng Zichen immediately made a judgment. It was the voice of the Chaos Demon God. Obviously, this time, Pangu took the opportunity to respond to all living beings to give the Chaos Demon God a fierce blow. He just didn't know what exactly he had done to make the Chaos Demon God so unwilling. But there was no doubt that the Chaos Demon God would definitely not feel good after being hit by Pangu. Otherwise, their voices would not be so mournful. Perhaps, Pangu had taken the opportunity to ruin the Chaos Demon God's resurrection plan. No matter what, it was always a good thing that Pangu had made a move. He believed that after this matter, the Chaos Demon God would definitely have scruples and would not act as unscrupulously as before in the future. Search. There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but Feng Zichen's movements were not slow. Almost at the moment when the voice disappeared, he made a move. Majestic divine thoughts gushed out from his body, covering the entire primitive world, trying to find the whereabouts of the Chaos Demon God who had spoken. This person would definitely not feel good after being hit by Pangu. And this was Feng Zichen's opportunity. As the saying goes, take his life while he's sick. At this time, it was a great opportunity to kill this Chaos Demon God. At this moment, Feng Zichen was not the only one who thought so. The other great mediums also had the same thoughts as him. They released their divine thoughts and searched the world, trying to find the whereabouts of that person to prevent future trouble. But unfortunately, they were all disappointed. No matter what methods they used, they could not find the whereabouts of the Chaos Demon God. Obviously, the other party was not a fool. He knew that his current state was not right, and it was very likely that he would attract everyone's attention, so he left early. The Chaos Demon God is indeed the son of chaos. He has quite a lot of methods. Feng Zichen was not too disappointed that he could not find the person, because he and everyone else knew that the Chaos Demon God's current situation was definitely not good. The great Taoist priest Pangu would not attack for no reason. Since he had attacked the Chaos Demon God, it meant that the other party must have paid an unimaginable price. It was just that their level was too low to see what the price was. But it did not matter. As time passed, one day, the losses that the Chaos Demon God had suffered today would be exposed in front of everyone. Putting the matter of the Chaos Demon God aside, the changes in the primitive world continued. However, it was not Xiaohao who was driving the changes, but Feng Zichen who was on Ziwei Star. After Pangu's will made a move, he continued to fall into a deep slumber. Affected by this, the god Pangu gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Thus, the heavenly cycle palace regained its peace. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. But everyone knew that with the establishment of the heavenly cycle palace, everything was different. At the very least, the acquired qi that flowed between heaven and earth had become smoother. No change could be achieved overnight, especially such a change that concerned the entire primordial world. It was even more impossible to complete it in a short period of time. It was as if heaven and earth had become easier. As time passed, it slowly changed. Therefore, after the galaxy cosmic light array was activated, the patriarchs of the myriad races bid farewell and returned to their respective races, waiting for the changes in heaven and earth. Of course, before everyone left, the heavenly Tao also gave them the reward they deserved. Not long after the heavenly cycle palace was established, auspicious clouds gathered in the sky, and golden light shone brightly, illuminating the endless mountains and rivers. That was the heaven and earth merit. The appearance of the heavenly cycle palace was beneficial to the stability of the primordial world and the development of heaven and earth. It could be said that it was meritorious to heaven and earth. And with meritorious service, there would be rewards. The heaven and earth merit, this was the best reward for them. Boundless merit fell. Half of it fell into the human race, and the other half was divided equally by the myriad races. At this point, Xiaohao and the myriad races had achieved perfection. However, while they had achieved perfection, Feng Zichen had not achieved perfection. With the establishment of the heavenly cycle palace, the heavens, the earth, and the earth were all overseen by the god of Pangu. And the fulfillment of this condition could help Feng Zichen promote the progress of the primordial world. Then, on the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen stood up with a loud bang. He activated the boundless starry sky with all his might. At the same time, the power of the god of Pangu silently bloomed, enveloping the entire boundless starry sky and covering the fluctuations of the boundless starry sky, causing outsiders to be unable to detect it. That's it, let's verify my great Tao. With a low voice, Feng Zichen activated the power of the boundless starry sky and resonated with the heavenly cycle palace on the ground and the earth's spirit veins underground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the space-time that no one noticed, the god of Pangu in the boundless starry sky, the god of Pangu in the primordial world, and the god of Pangu underground quietly appeared. The heavens were the gods, the earth was the chi, and the man was the essence. These three Pangu gods were a trinity, symbolizing the essence, chi, and spirit. Once they met, endless creation was born. Shua. In a trance, the three Pangu gods suddenly merged into one, transforming into a clearer and more mysterious Pangu god. At the same time, with the fusion of the three Pangu gods, the entire primordial world seemed to have become more vivid. Primordial chaos as one. The fusion of the three Pangu gods caused the primordial world to become more complete, more lively, and more mysterious. The Pangu god opened its mouth and sucked in a stream of primordial chaos energy from the primordial chaos outside. When the primordial chaos energy entered its body, it first circled around the boundless starry sky, then flowed into the primordial world, passing through the 12 principal meridians before slowly entering the Dantian. Then, the Dantian produced a Tao fire, refining the Qi into a god, returning to the void, and finally fusing with the Tao. It was refined into the purest source of heaven and earth and slowly integrated into the Daluo sky. During this period, part of the primordial chaos energy was refined and integrated into the 12 principal meridians to strengthen the source of the earth and sublimate the earth's spirit veins. The heavenly cycle palace, as the hub of the spiritual cave, also received some benefits from transforming the primordial chaos energy. A portion of the primordial chaos energy remained and became the foundation of the Zhousing to support the Daluo Jingxian. During this process, the ones that received the most benefits were the boundless starry sky and the Daluo sky. While the primordial chaos energy was repairing the Zhousing sky, it poured into the Daluo sky to maintain its supreme status. The more powerful the source of the Daluo sky was, the more experts it could accommodate. As the Sky Master, Feng Zichen would also receive more benefits. At the very least, if the Daluo sky became the source of all Daos, Feng Zichen would be able to peek into all Daos and become the master of all Daos. The primordial chaos energy entered the primordial world from the boundless starry sky and flowed to the earth, then returned and integrated into the Daluo sky. It was a great cycle of heaven and earth. At this time, if someone looked at the primordial world from the primordial chaos, they would see a huge figure appear on the primordial world, breathing in the primordial chaos energy from all directions. Chapter 642. That was Pangu's god. No, it should be Pangu's Dharma Laksana. The huge Dharma Laksana formed by combining the power of the whole untainted land was obviously not suitable to be called a god. Pangu's Dharma Laksana stood above the untainted land and suppressed everything. It breathed in the chaotic chi from all directions and refined the purest origin of heaven and earth to help the heaven and earth complete the great cycle and gradually strengthen the foundation of heaven and earth. This was the road to the promotion of the world. With the formation of Pangu's Dharma Laksana, more and more chaotic chi was absorbed and refined by the untainted land. With the help of this, heaven and earth would slowly grow. The boundless starry sky, the heaven realm, the earth realm, the netherworld realm, the earth. Everything would change. Everything was developing in a good direction. However, there was one thing that made people helpless. That was, after Pangu's Dharma Laksana was formed, heaven and earth would undoubtedly become more prosperous. Under the influence of this, more congenital chi would emerge between heaven and earth. However, because heaven and earth were easier, the untainted land seemed to have been cursed. Under the restriction of the way of heaven, the spirit veins and earth veins that were supposed to give birth to congenital chi could not give birth to congenital chi at all. Every time congenital chi was born from the earth veins, an inexplicable force would appear between heaven and earth, distorting everything and forcibly transforming congenital chi into acquired chi. After the untainted land was shattered several times, the way of heaven finally made up its mind to use coercive means to restrain the power on earth. Transforming congenital chi into acquired chi was the best and most effective method that the way of heaven thought of. Why did Feng Zichen expel the great medium and the human tribe expel the experts of the 10,000 tribes without any hindrance? The reason was that the way of heaven acquiesced to all of this. The way of heaven was very happy to see Daluo Jingxian and the existences above Daluo Jingxian leave the untainted land one after another. Therefore, not only would it not obstruct them, but it would also secretly help. This was also one of the reasons why the great medium did not have much resistance. In the untainted land, defying the way of heaven was not a small matter, but a fatal matter. If it wasn't for the heavenly Tao, how could the powerful beings leave so easily? Did they really think that the names of the sages, Feng Zichen and Zenyuanzi, were so useful? If their names were really so useful, the primordial world would have been peaceful long ago. Of course, the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. It was only aimed at the primordial world. The heaven realm and the other great worlds were not within this range. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao dared to convert all the Kane chi in the entire primordial world into postnatal chi, then the great mystical abilities who had lost hope would not mind fighting to the death with the heavenly Tao and dragging the entire world into destruction. Severing my path is worse than killing me. Even the heavenly Tao did not dare to transform the entire primordial world into the postnatal era. Therefore, the matter of heaven and earth being easier was restricted to the primitive world. This was undoubtedly a bad thing for the countless cultivators on the ground. However, it was a great thing for the untainted land. This was a form of protection for the primordial world by the heavenly Tao. The weaker the strength of the cultivators, the safer the primordial world would be. In the past, the situation of the earth being shattered would not happen again. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, how could the path of hundreds of millions of cultivators be compared to the comfort of the primordial world? It was clear at a glance which was more important. The earth could not produce Kane chi, and the extra Kane chi would not disappear into thin air. Then where could they go? Naturally, under the push of the heavenly Tao, they surged towards the heaven realm. The heaven realm. It was the center of the power of the primordial world. Now, with the decline of the earth, the Kane chi swarmed over, causing its status to become higher and higher. It was faintly showing signs of becoming the center of the heavens. In terms of the content of the Kane chi, the current heaven realm, with the support of the entire primordial world, had already surpassed the heaven realm of the ancient times. Moreover, due to the shift in the center of gravity of the primordial world, the heaven realm's proportion in the primordial world was increasing. Endless luck gathered, causing the heaven realm to undergo a second evolution and have the momentum to continue to advance. How could it be ordinary to combine the power of heaven and earth to nurture a realm? The current situation of the primordial world had already evolved. The heaven realm was the strongest realm, gathering a large number of experts in the primordial world. As for the earth, it had evolved from the paradise of the experts to the cradle of the experts. According to the heavenly Tao's thoughts, the earth had already become a tool to transport experts for the heaven realm. This was the future trend. It was also the best outcome. Of course, the heavenly Tao was incomplete. No matter what it did, it could not be perfect. It would always leave a trace of flaw, leaving a chance for all living beings. Therefore, although the heavenly Tao wanted to completely transform the primordial world into the postnatal world, it might not be able to complete this task. The heavenly cycle temple. It was where the vitality of all living beings lay. The heavenly cycle temple stood on the ground. Zhousing was connected to the earth veins of the primordial world. It combined the power of heaven, earth, and man, giving birth to endless creation. Its ability was truly amazing. It had the ability to go against the connate heavens. It could forcefully distort the rules of heaven and earth under the general trend of changing the world, turning the impossible into the possible, refining postnatal qi into connate qi. In other words, within the heavenly cycle temple, there was no need to be affected by the change of heaven and earth. One could still enjoy the treatment of the primordial world. With the heavenly Tao's ability, how could it not discover its function when it inspected the heavenly cycle temple earlier? Even so, it did not remove the function of the heavenly cycle temple. Clearly, the heavenly Tao had tacitly allowed this to happen. This meant that the heavenly Tao had recognized the heavenly cycle temple's legal status. It was a chance of survival left by heaven and earth for all living beings. The connate races who obtained the heavenly cycle temple were naturally very excited when they saw how useful it was. As for the connate races who did not obtain the heavenly cycle temple, they were secretly vexed. Some of the connate races even had thoughts of leaving the primordial world. Now, they were waiting for Xiaohao to ascend to the heavens so that they could follow him to the heaven realm and build a foundation. However, the happiest people after the heavenly cycle temple was established were none other than the human race. As for why they were happy, it was not because the human race had the most heavenly cycle temples. Instead, as the 365 heavenly cycle temples were established in the primordial world, the 365 heavenly cycle temples in the human race's territory also underwent an inexplicable change. The two heavenly cycle temples, one big and one small, one positive and one negative, corresponded with each other. Just like the Taiji yin-yang diagram, they corresponded with each other and gave birth to endless creation. The establishment of the heavenly cycle temple in the primordial world had undoubtedly greatly stimulated the human race's heavenly cycle temple, causing its power to skyrocket. One could see that under the influence of the heavenly cycle temple in the primordial world, the human race's heavenly cycle temple suddenly emitted a resplendent divine light. Countless mysterious runes soared up, forming great Tao formation patterns and seemingly undergoing a metamorphosis. Rumble. Amidst the violent vibrations, the great Tao runes on the heavenly cycle temple spread out and transformed into a huge screen of light that enveloped the entire human race's territory. At this moment, under the cover of the screen of light, the human race's territory seemed to be isolated from the primordial world. Rumble. In the human race's territory, thunder rumbled, runes danced, and laws manifested. All sorts of astonishing phenomena appeared one after another. It was as if a supreme force was distorting everything and reshaping the world. After an unknown period of time, the heavenly cycle temple gradually calmed down. The screen of light that enveloped the human race's territory also disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, the human race's territory did not seem to have changed at all compared to before the incident. It was as if everything that had just happened had not happened. However, if one were to walk into the human race's territory and carefully sense it, one would discover that the earlier incident had brought about an incomparable change to the human race's territory. Amidst the spirit qi that filled the entire void, in addition to acquired qi, there were also traces of connate qi in the human race's territory. That's right, it was connate qi. Although it was very little, but it did exist. In theory, this was impossible. Under the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, connate qi should not have appeared in the primordial world. Even Khanate spirit meridians could not produce Khanate chi. This was because the moment Khanate chi was produced, the power of laws would appear and distort the Khanate chi, transforming it into acquired chi. Based on this, it was truly inconceivable that Khanate chi could be produced in the human race's territory. This was all thanks to the complete heaven shrine. Tracing back to the source, one would discover that the Khanate chi in the human race's territory originated from the universal temple of the human race. It was emitted from their bodies and fused into the void. With the support of the universal temple of the primordial world, the human race's universal temple's power soared and produced even more Khanate chi. As a result, the temple could not contain it and had no choice but to disperse it. Moreover, as the temple's power soared, so did the power of God Pangu. As the power of God Pangu spread out, it distorted the laws of heaven and earth in the human race's territory and broke the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, causing a few loopholes to appear. It was these loopholes that made the impossible possible in the human race's territory. In the acquired era, Khanate chi was produced. It could also be said that the current human race had retained a trace of the primordial world's landscape. This was not to be underestimated. Although there was not much Khanate chi in the human race's territory, it was enough for the human race to leave the other races in the dust at the starting line. The Tao of gods and demons. The most important thing was to go against the Khanate heavens. In the acquired era, the depletion of Khanate chi would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of going against the Khanate heavens to a hellish level. It could be said that with the arrival of the acquired era, the Tao of the God Fiend had already shown signs of decline in the primordial world. But now, with the reappearance of Khanate chi in the human race's territory, although it was not enough to completely revive the Tao of the God Fiend, it could still preserve its inheritance and produce an endless number of experts. Just this point alone surpassed the myriad races by too much. It was extremely difficult to get started with the Tao of the God Fiend. Those who were not exceptionally talented could not get started. But similarly, once one got started with the Tao of the God Fiend, their achievements would far surpass other cultivation paths. At the very least, in terms of combat strength, the Tao of the God Fiend could be ranked in the top 3. Khanate was the foundation of everything. The advantage of this, as time passed, was enough to let the human race leave the myriad races in the dust. This was the foundation of hegemony. The appearance of Pangu's Dharma idol undoubtedly had a huge impact on the primordial world. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, the great divines of the primordial world sensed something. They felt that the primordial world was slightly different from before, as if it was more lively. But then, no matter what methods they used, they could not find the origin of this change. It was as if it had happened out of thin air. They could not find the traces of the god of Pangu, let alone the Pangu's Dharma idol, which was even stronger than the Pangu. If these great divines could see the Pangu's Dharma idol, it would be a miracle. After being unable to find out the origin of the change for a long time, everyone had no choice but to give up and bury their doubts deep in their hearts. They would think about it when they had succeeded in their cultivation in the future. However, thinking about how not long ago, Pangu's will had briefly awakened and attacked the Chaos Fiend god. Everyone could not help but feel that the change in the primordial world was related to this matter. It was no wonder that they thought so. It was really too coincidental that these two things happened. Pangu's will had just awakened, and the change in the primordial world happened here. It was really hard for people not to think about it. Regarding this point, Feng Zichen did not expect it either, because, in his plan, he did not think that Pangu's will would suddenly awaken. After all, who would have thought that Pangu would respond to the sacrifice of all living beings and attack the Chaos Fiend god? This was completely unexpected. However, it had to be said that this matter happened very coincidentally. It made the great divines connect the change in the primordial world with it, so as to avoid Feng Zichen's exposure. Compared to Feng Zichen's action to promote the progress of the primordial world, it was obviously more reasonable for Pangu to take action. Even the god of Pangu's strength is comparable to the 9th heaven of Hunyuan. How powerful is the Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which is even stronger? I wonder who is so lucky to be able to test the power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana? On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen slowly withdrew his Dharma power and looked at Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which was in an unknown time and space, and muttered to himself. The formation of Pangu's Dharma Laksana undoubtedly gave Feng Zichen another powerful trump card. The power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana, which was formed by combining the power of the primordial world, was definitely beyond imagination. He just did not know how powerful it was. Was it above the Hunyuan realm or above the infinite realm? However, although Feng Zichen was very curious, he had no intention of trying. The reason was that the power of Pangu's Dharma Laksana was too strong. With Feng Zichen's current strength, who knew what would happen if he controlled such a powerful Pangu's Dharma Laksana? It was hard to say. He could be squeezed dry in an instant, or even absorb his origin. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not dare to try carelessly. This was a life-risking trump card. It could not be used unless it was a last resort. It could only be used when he was in a desperate situation and planned to risk everything. Chapter 643. In the ancestral land of the human race, where the ancestral temple was located, all the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the myriad races were gathered here, ready to witness a major event that concerned the inheritance of the human race. That's right. The Xiaohao Emperor was about to ascend to the heavens. In order to establish the heavenly cycle temple, Xiaohao had spent hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, not long after the heavenly cycle temple was established, the Xiaohao Emperor's million-year term came to an end. He had completed his merit and was about to ascend to the heavens. At this moment, everyone was gathered here to witness the grand occasion of the Xiaohao Emperor passing the throne to Zhuanshu. Zhuanshu. From now on, the primordial world will be handed over to you. I hope that the human race will prosper in your hands and far surpass the ancestors. In this way, you will not let me down and the ancestors of the past. In the ancestral temple, under the witness of the Virgin Nuwa, the sacred Emperor Zichen, the ancestral Emperor Suiren, and the statues of the past human ancestors, Xiaohao passed the human Dao Emperor seal, which represented the supreme power of the human race, to Zhuanshu. Zhuanshu. I will not let the ancestors down. Zhuanshu took the human Dao Emperor seal with a solemn expression and swore. Zhuanshu. From now on, the primordial world is yours. Amidst the laughter, the Xiaohao Emperor walked out of the ancestral temple. And with his footsteps, strands of seven-colored auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, slowly lifting him up into the air. Everyone. Is there anyone who is willing to travel with me? In the air, Xiaohao first took a deep look at the mountains and rivers of the primordial world before asking the crowd below. Xiaohao had been in power for 1,000,000 years, so it was impossible for there to be no loyal subordinates under him. Moreover, these people had all made great contributions to him. Now that he was about to ascend to the heavens and enjoy the limitless supreme karmic position, he naturally had to give these people a future so that he would not let them down. And the heavenly court. It was where the future of these people lay. It was the center of the power of the primordial world, the place where countless providence gathered. If they could get an official position there, even if it only took 1,000,000 years, it would be enough for these people to obtain a lot of merit. These days, as the world became more and more perfect, merit became harder and harder to obtain. As for becoming an official in the heavenly court, that was the best way to gain merit as far as he knew. Heavenly court. It was the place that maintained the operation of heaven and earth. Therefore, the officials of the heavenly court did not manage the living beings of the world, but the operation of the world. Maintaining the operation of heaven and earth and forming a karmic connection with heaven and earth naturally gave him merit. Xiaohao asked everyone if they were willing to leave with him. His purpose was to ask everyone if they were willing to go to the heavenly court to seek a future. Of course. Xiaohao's goal was not limited to this. The old ministers under him had been in power for too long and had hindered the promotion of the younger generation. Even the human emperor could not rule for more than 1,000,000 years, let alone these ministers. If these ministers continued to occupy high positions, How could there be any hope for young people to rise? Therefore, when Xiaohao and the three emperors ascended to the heavens, they all wanted to bring a group of subordinates to the heaven realm. Their purpose was to make room for the young people. This was to maintain the vitality of the human race so that the human race would continue to prosper. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. This humble subject wishes to follow your Majesty to the heavens. The heaven realm is the center of the myriad worlds. This humble subject has long yearned for it. Now, following your Majesty to the heavens can fulfill this humble subject's wish. As soon as Xiaohao finished speaking, many elders of the human race soared into the sky and caught up with him, wanting to leave with him. Making room for the young people was the foundation of the human race. All the elders of the human race understood this point. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, they had to make a choice after Xiaohao finished speaking. Should they follow Xiaohao to the heaven realm to enjoy glory and wealth, or should they continue to stay in the primordial world and become the foundation of the human race, hiding in the heavenly cycle temple? In short, they could not be in power anymore. They were not greedy for power. A human elder who was not greedy for power was a good human elder. The human emperor could not be in power forever. How could the ministers stay in high positions forever? If they were greedy for power, they would definitely pay the price. Your Majesty, please wait for us. After everyone followed, Emperor Xiaohao was about to leave with them on a cloud. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the void. Xiaohao looked in the direction of the voice. What he saw was an extremely shocking scene. Dozens of Khanate clans were led by their clan leaders. Judging from their posture, it was obvious that they were about to leave the primordial world. Fellow cultivator, you are... Although Xiaohao had already guessed it, he was still not sure, so he asked with some doubt. I heard that your Majesty is going to the heavenly court to take the position of heavenly emperor and rule the entire primordial world. We are not talented, so we specially came to seek refuge with your Majesty for a future. I think your Majesty won't despise us, right? Among the crowd, the leader chuckled a few times and stepped forward to speak to Xiaohao. Fellow cultivator, you must be joking. Xiaohao can't be more than happy that you all came to seek refuge. Why would he despise you? However, are you really willing to part with the huge family business in the primordial world? Xiaohao looked deeply at everyone and said in an inexplicable tone. Are you willing? Sigh. Things have come to this. So what if you can't bear to? That person looked at the ancestral land sadly and sighed at Xiaohao in an extremely melancholic and helpless tone. Hearing this, Xiaohao choked for a moment and did not know how to reply. Wasn't the reason why they left their hometown because they were forced by the human race to the point that they had no choice? If the human race gave them a little hope, they would not be forced to move to the heaven realm. If they continued to stay in the primordial world, they would definitely decline in the future. However, if they left the primordial world and went to the heaven realm, there would be a chance of survival in the future. They were not stupid, so they naturally knew how to choose such a simple multiple-choice question. Since all of you have so much faith in me, I won't disappoint you. When we reach the heaven realm, I will definitely find a suitable place for you all to settle down. As an emperor, he had to be thick-skinned. Therefore, after the initial awkwardness, Xiaohao laughed and forcefully changed the topic, assuring everyone. In that case, we will thank your Majesty on behalf of our clansmen. After receiving Xiaohao's assurance, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they bowed respectfully to Xiaohao. This bow was really from the bottom of their hearts. To the heaven realm, the innate races from the primordial world, were undoubtedly outsiders. If they went there rashly, they would definitely be suppressed by the natives of the heaven realm. However, with Xiaohao's assurance, the situation they would face would undoubtedly be much better. No matter what, Xiaohao was also the future celestial emperor, the supreme ruler of the primordial world in name. With his assurance, even if the natives of the heaven realm were dissatisfied with them, they would not dare to go too far for Xiaohao's sake. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the anger of the celestial emperor. Who was the celestial emperor? In the primordial world, Other than the great magicians, no one could withstand his anger. Even the disciples of the saints were no exception. Did you not see? The cause of the God-confirmant tribulation was because the disciples of the three sects were disrespectful to Haotian. Xiaohao's assurance could make it easier for these innate races to open up the situation in the heaven realm. Who knew how much trouble it would save them? Therefore, this bow was really sincere. After accepting everyone's bow, Xiaohao rode a cloud and left with everyone. At this point, the primordial world ushered in the rule of Zhuanshu. That's right, there was no mistake, it was the primordial world, not the human race. Just as Xiaohao said to Zhuanshu, the primordial world is yours. Not as Xianyuan said to Xiaohao, the human race is yours. The difference between the primordial world and the human race was the difference between the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. During the period of the 3 emperors, although the 3 emperors were strong enough, the human race was obviously not strong enough. Although they could be considered the top of the primordial world, they could not be called the ruler of the primordial world. Therefore, the 3 emperors ascended the throne. First, they were the emperors of the human race. Then, after countless efforts, they became the emperors of the primordial world. During the period of the 5 emperors, after many years of operation by the 3 emperors, the human race's strength had long undergone a huge change. They could be said to be the true overlord of the primordial world. Therefore, with the legacy of the 3 emperors, once the 5 emperors succeeded the throne, they were the emperors of the primordial world. They were not like the 3 emperors, who needed to suppress the 10,000 races before they could become the emperors of the primordial world. That was also why the 5 emperors were inferior to the 3 emperors. Compared to the 3 emperors, the 5 emperors had too many advantages. The difficulties they had to face were far less than the 3 emperors period. All the major obstacles had long been swept away by the 3 emperors. The 5 emperors only needed to develop step by step, and they could lead the human race to glory. The contributions of the 3 emperors were not only beneficial to the current world, but also to the future. In the heavenly courts, powerful experts gathered. Regardless of whether they were in hiding or still active in the primordial world, as long as they were not in seclusion, they were all gathered here. Even the heavenly Tao had sent down a wisp of will to pay attention to this place. And all of this, it was all because of the handover of the celestial emperor. Compared to the change of the human emperor, the change of the celestial emperor was undoubtedly grander and more solemn. Even the heavenly Tao had to descend personally. After all, the celestial emperor's identity was there. He was the highest in the primordial world and incomparable. His every move was a major event that affected the primordial world, let alone a major event like the change of the celestial emperor. The powerful experts were coming, and the heavenly Tao was about to descend. That was to say, the saints were not in the primordial world. If not, they would have come personally to witness this scene. Just like that, under the witness of a group of powerful experts and the heavenly Tao, the central yellow emperor Xianyuan abdicated and passed the position of celestial emperor to Xiaohao. It was this celestial emperor, known as the Western Gold Emperor, who was taken in as a guardian by the ancestral Magus. As such, the 5 elements celestial emperor had already reached the 4th position. The first 3 celestial emperors had reached perfection. Under this influence, an invisible force of heaven and earth appeared and descended on Feng Zichen's body. Not only did it baptize his physical body, but it also faintly opened the primordial chaos gate for him. At this moment, under the support of this force of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen truly saw the scenery after the primordial chaos Tao realm. He was really close to that door. If one had to describe it, it could only be said that it was within reach. However, there was always a little bit missing, causing him to be unable to truly push open that door and advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Feng Zichen knew that it was because the 5 elements celestial emperor had not reached perfection, causing him to be unable to take that crucial half a step. The 5 elements celestial emperor. That was the key to his Tao. Once the 5 elements celestial emperor reached perfection, Feng Zichen, who had facilitated this matter, would be able to obtain boundless luck and break through to the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. Moreover, he would be able to ascend several levels of heaven and become an expert of the primordial chaos domain. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen would painstakingly suppress his realm and not let himself advance so early. In fact, as early as more than 1,000,000 years ago, when Shen Yuan had just ascended the throne and Feng Zichen had recovered from all his injuries, if he had gone all out, he could have advanced to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. He was the great Taoist priest, advancing to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. To others, this was an extremely difficult task. But for Feng Zichen, although it was not easy, it only needed a period of time to settle down. After fighting with the chaos demon gods of the primordial chaos several times, Feng Zichen had long had the capital to advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Especially after the battle with the demon ancestor Rahu, he broke and stood up, and his realm had been greatly sublimated. It could be said that at that time, he had a realm comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was only because his injuries were too serious that he did not advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. With Xuan Yuan's ascension, Feng Zichen's injuries had completely recovered. He had already grasped the essence of the primordial chaos realm. In other words, he did not need to wait until the 5 elements celestial emperor reached perfection to reach the primordial chaos realm. As long as he wanted, he could borrow the power of the great Taoist priests in his body or the power of the boundless starry sky to break through at any time. However, Feng Zichen held back. He was unwilling to break through just like that. His ambition was great. 1 or 2 proofs could no longer satisfy him. He wanted to maximize his benefits in order to pursue greater results. Feng Zichen wanted to achieve the primordial chaos realm 3 times so that he could jump over the early stage of the primordial chaos realm in one fell swoop. The more methods he prepared before attaining the Tao, the stronger he would be after attaining the Tao. The reason why it was said that the more profound one's foundation was before the breakthrough, the better was because the breakthrough of the realm could transform all the foundations into strength. The more profound one's foundation was, the greater the benefits of the breakthrough. This was the only chance to advance by leaps and bounds. Good preparation was the key to success. If he wanted to increase his strength explosively after the breakthrough, it would be somewhat impossible. He had to slowly accumulate it step by step. Attaining the Tao 3 times was enough for Feng Zichen to enter the 4th level of the primordial chaos realm or even higher. If he used the power of the great Taoist priests in his body and the power of the boundless starry sky to directly enter the primordial chaos realm, then his achievements would only be the 3rd level of the primordial chaos realm. In this way, how could Feng Zichen be satisfied? One had to know that his target had always been a saint. As for the saint, even the weakest one, Kundi, had the 4th level of the primordial chaos realm. The 3rd level of the primordial chaos realm was not even comparable to Kundi. It would be strange if Feng Zichen was satisfied. Therefore, he wanted to pursue a higher realm. He did not want to surpass the saint, but he wanted to catch up with the saint. Chapter 644. The 5 Elements Celestial Emperor. This was Feng Zichen's plan. Using the power of heaven and earth to achieve the Tao. Transforming these 3 supreme powers into resources for his own advancement would definitely push Feng Zichen to the 4th level of primordial chaos or even higher. He would catch up with the saints in one fell swoop and become an existence that truly stood at the peak of the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen could not break through. Even if he could easily break into the primordial chaos domain with his current foundation, as long as the 5 Elements Celestial Emperor was not perfected, he would not be able to break through. To be honest, this feeling of forcefully holding back from breaking through was not good. The power of the primordial chaos was right in front of him, constantly attracting Feng Zichen's mind, tempting him to take a step closer. How many people could resist the temptation of becoming stronger? However, for the sake of a stronger future, Feng Zichen could not help but endure. It was only 3 million years. He had endured such a long time, so he did not care about this little bit of time. It was just the time for seclusion. He could endure it for a while. He could not let any accidents happen that would cause him to suddenly break through and enter the primordial chaos domain. As a result, all his years of hard work would be wasted. During the reign of Emperor Xiaohao, he felt that the human race had oppressed the myriad races too much, so he gave them preferential treatment to appease their hearts. Under this influence, the myriad races were able to recuperate and recover some of their strength. After their strength increased, the old habits of the myriad races resurfaced. They secretly started to cause trouble in the primordial world. Of course, although the strength of the myriad races had recovered some, they were still far from being comparable to the human race. Therefore, on the surface, the myriad races did not dare to cause trouble. However, in the dark, they kept making small moves. During Xiaohao's reign, the myriad races did not dare to go too far because of Xiaohao's prestige. However, after Xuanxu succeeded the throne, his reputation for benevolence spread throughout the primordial world. As a result, the myriad races thought that he was a good person and inevitably had fewer scruples when they caused trouble. In addition, there was also a feud between the myriad races. In the past, because they were dealing with the human race together, they could not attack their allies, so these feuds were temporarily put aside. But now, as the human race descended into the primordial world and unified the myriad races, the so-called Khanate alliance naturally existed in name only. The alliance was gone. Naturally, they couldn't be considered allies. As a result, the various races no longer had any misgivings and began to enter the moment of revenge. Everyone would take revenge if they had a grudge, and take revenge if they had a grudge. The primordial world, which had finally regained its peace, became chaotic as a result. Logically speaking, Xuanxu should have stopped the chaos in the primordial world. At the very least, he should have reprimanded the 10,000 races and ordered them to act calmly. However, in reality, Xuanxu didn't say a single word from start to finish. It was not because he did not want to care, but because the current Xuanxu was completely unable to free up his hands and feet to mediate the relationship between the 10,000 races. The matters of the human race were enough for him. How could he have other thoughts to consider the myriad races? Something is wrong with the human race. The friction between the myriad races continued, and the human race was not peaceful either. The hidden danger buried in the Xianyuan period suddenly erupted not long after Xuanxu succeeded the throne. It was this trouble that restrained all of Xuanxu's energy, so that he had no time to take care of the myriad races. What trouble could the human race, who was already the overlord of the primordial world, cause if the heaven realm did not interfere? Naturally, the answer came from within. When a race became invincible, its enemies would move from the outside to the inside. In other words, the human race was on the verge of civil strife. Back then, after the human emperor Xianyuan defeated Qiyu, in order to appease the hearts of the mutants, he did not attack the Jiuli tribe ruthlessly. Instead, he scattered them into the various tribes. This method was indeed excellent at that time. The Jiuli tribe was scattered and could not condense into a large force. Naturally, it was impossible for them to stir up any waves. In this way, the human race was doomed. However, it was obvious that Xianyuan had underestimated the methods of the mutants. At that time, the leader of the mutants saw that Qiyu was defeated and the huge Jiuli tribe was scattered. His clansmen were scattered all over the primordial world. He knew that the situation was over. Next, perhaps he was unwilling to be a coward, or perhaps he was worried that Xianyuan would settle the mutants. The leader of the mutants did something big. It had to be said that the leader of the mutants was also a figure. He combined the witchcraft he learned from the witch clan with the medical skills passed down by Shenong and created the witch doctor lineage. This method combined the strengths of the two lineages. It had an incredible ability. Compared to pure medical skills, its ability was much stronger. However, it had a fatal flaw, and that was that the witch doctor technique could only be practiced by those with the bloodline of the witch clan. Just this point, it restricted most people. If not for this, the leader of the mutants could have become an ancestor and gathered supreme luck. In the future, he might have the possibility of becoming a great magician and achieving his own glory. However, it was this restriction that greatly reduced his achievements. It was fortunate that he could become a quasi-saint, not to mention a great magician. After creating the witch doctor technique, the leader of the mutants, oh no, it should be said that he was the ancestor of the witch doctor. The ancestor of the witch doctor passed down the witch doctor technique to the witchman lineage. It was this move that caused the witchman lineage, whose status had declined after the defeat of the Civil War, to greatly increase their importance in the human race. Not only did their status increase again, but they even faintly had the tendency to be on par with the royal family. After all, who could guarantee that they would never be injured? After the witch doctor technique spread, the status of the witchman lineage in the human race gradually became prominent, and they even obtained a great right to speak. The power of the witchman lineage could be explained by one thing. At this time, there were countless human tribes of all sizes in the primordial world, and most of these tribes had their own witch doctors. The only difference was the number. The small ones had one or two, while the large ones could have hundreds or thousands. And these witch doctors had great power in the tribe. It could be said that they were second only to the tribe leader. It was to the extent that in some small tribes, some witch doctors had more power than the tribe leaders. Of course, witch doctors who had such power could no longer be called witch doctors. Instead, they were called witches and had the power to sacrifice. The important matter of the country was to sacrifice and fight. From this, it could be seen how much power the witchman lineage, who had the power to sacrifice, had in the human race. If that was the case, although the witch doctors controlled most of the power of the human race, they had no reason to divide the human race and continue to stir up internal strife. But this matter, the bad thing was the customs of the witchman lineage. As the descendants of the witchman and the human race, the witchman inherited some of the witchman's customs while inheriting the power of the witchman. For example, advocating nature. Pangu transformed into heaven and earth and created the primordial world. Based on this, the witchman believed that everything had a spirit. The mountain, the river, the sea, were all formed from the flesh and blood of Pangu's father, and they should be worshipped. Therefore, the witchman liked to sacrifice. Heaven, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, such natural phenomena, or famous mountains and rivers, could all become the objects of their sacrifice. Yes, the witchman lineage inherited this characteristic of the witchmen. They liked to sacrifice and wanted to sacrifice everything they saw. However, as the descendants of Pangu, the witchman was born with a law and could communicate with heaven and earth. Therefore, no matter what they sacrificed, they could get a response. However, the witchman lineage, because their bloodline was not pure, they did not have this ability. With this ability, what was the difference between them and the witchman? Naturally, they were taken to the witchman. In other words, the witchman could indeed get a response when he sacrificed everything. As for the witchman, he was just going through the motions when he sacrificed everything. Not only was it useless, it was also easy for some people with ulterior motives to take advantage of it. For example, when some small tribes were sacrificing, if a special living being passed by and coveted the offerings of the human race, they could use the time when everyone was sacrificing to give a response. This way, the special living being would transform. It would become the sacrificial spirit of this tribe and enjoy its offerings. Actually, this was nothing. As the saying goes, you have to pay for what you get. Since these special living beings enjoyed the offerings of the human tribe, they naturally had to protect this place to repay the karma. The special living beings received benefits, and the safety of the human tribe was also guaranteed. This was a good thing that was mutually beneficial, and they should not be too worried. However, the problem was that there were evil gods, chaos demon gods, wreaking havoc in the primordial world. It was inevitable that the chaos demon gods would sense the random sacrifices of the human tribe. This gave the chaos demon gods a chance to interfere in the primordial world. The chaos fiend celestial was naturally the best at bewitching people. It was because the chaos demon gods were powerful enough. With the size of the primordial world, No one could resist such a powerful temptation. As for karma, if it was the karma of the chaos, they might have some concerns. However, they would not care about the karma of the primordial world. In the heart of the chaos demon gods, they wanted to destroy the primordial world. How could they talk about karma with them? What was there to talk about? The primordial world was gone. What karma was there? The primordial world had returned to ruins, and everything had returned to zero. Naturally, there was no karma. Therefore, the chaos demon gods were very unscrupulous when they did things. Under the bewitchment of the chaos demon gods, it was not surprising that anything would happen. For a moment, in the primordial world, monsters were everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Moreover, under the bewitchment of the chaos, the conflicts between the various tribes began to intensify. As a result, the internal strife of the human race was not chaotic. The situation was even more chaotic than that of the myriad races. And this was the current situation of the human race. When there were more people, there were more problems. The internal conflicts of the human race were much more complicated than those of the myriad races. Zhuanshu had a headache because of this. To be honest, this kind of thing was really not Zhuanshu's fault. Even among brothers, there were times when they were not on good terms. Needless to say, the relationship between the major tribes had long been so far apart. It would be strange if there were no disputes. Even without the instigation of the chaos demon gods, conflicts between the major tribes were bound to happen. The difference was only a matter of time. The instigation of the chaos demon gods could only be said to have further intensified the conflict, causing it to erupt in advance. This was unavoidable. It was also a conflict that had accumulated over countless years. It could erupt at any time. Zhuanshu could only say that he was unlucky to have caught up with this matter during his term. However, since he had caught up, then there was no reason to escape. He needed to think of a way to solve it. And this, perhaps, was the test of heaven and earth for Zhuanshu. In fact, to quell this internal strife, it was not difficult for Zhuanshu. This was not because of his invincible strength in the primordial world, but because of the unique system of the human race. In order to ensure that the human race's experts would continue to exist, the human race's experts often went out to search for geniuses and brought them back to the human race's ancestral land to nurture them. After countless years of accumulation, most of the human race's experts were gathered in the human race's ancestral land. They were absolutely loyal to the human race. They were the mainstay of the human race and the most powerful warriors of the human race. They were the foundation of the human race. There were no traces of great divine abilities or even saints on them. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good thing for the human race's disciples to become disciples of great divine abilities or even saints. They could borrow power for the human race. However, all of this was based on the fact that the human race and the great divine abilities lived in harmony. If one day the human race and the great divine abilities fell out and went against each other, then what would the human race who had become disciples of the great divine abilities do? Would they help the human race, help the sect, or not help either side? Regarding this, Feng Zichen did not know. Nor did he want to know. He only knew. The human heart could not withstand the test. Therefore, he had to prepare for the worst. In case it was just in case. If those clansmen were not useful at the critical moment, or even betrayed the human race at the last minute, then the human race would be in big trouble. Just in case, this was why there was a group of experts in the ancestral land. These experts that the human race nurtured themselves were the most solid fortress of the human race. Although Feng Zichen could not guarantee their absolute loyalty, compared to those clansmen who lived outside all year round, these clansmen who were personally nurtured were undoubtedly more trustworthy. No system could be absolutely perfect. Although the ancestral land was trying its best to find geniuses, there would still be some fish that escaped the net. However, these buried geniuses were extremely few in number and did not affect the overall situation. It was because of this system that the ancestral land of the human race gathered about 70% of the human race's strength. Excluding those clansmen who belonged to the great divine abilities, the experts in the countless tribes added together did not exceed 10% of the human race's experts. In this way, if Xuanxu was determined to calm the riot, it would not take much effort at all. The difference in strength between them was too great. But even so, Xuanxu did not make a move. Although the riot in the tribe was easy to calm, if the source was not solved, his actions would be meaningless. The riot could be repeated at any time. So, if he wanted to solve this matter completely, he could only eliminate the source. And what was the source of the riot in the tribe? Xuanxu indicated that no matter what it was in the past, it would be the instigation of the chaos demon god now. This would be an internal conflict. To the outside world, he just did not know. These evil gods that suddenly appeared, were they easy to deal with? Chapter 645. In order to solve these problems of the human race, Xuanxu decided to reform the religion. He personally prayed sincerely to the ancestors of heaven and earth, setting an example for the people to sweep away all obscene and evil sacrifices. After that, Xuanxu appointed Nan Zhengli to be in charge of sacrificing to the heavens to reconcile with the gods. He appointed Bei Zhengli to be in charge of civil affairs to comfort the people, persuade the people to follow the laws of nature to engage in agricultural production, and encourage people to cultivate fields. He strictly prohibited the activities of the people to communicate with the gods through divination, so that the society could return to normal order. Once these measures were implemented, they immediately solved the problems of the human race and calmed the disputes between the major tribes. But there was no doubt that this move fiercely offended the evil gods hidden behind the major tribes of the human race. As chaos demon gods, they didn't know what fear was. Even if Xuanxu was the destined human emperor and the supreme ruler of the primordial world, he could not scare the chaos demon gods. They had been wronged, they would definitely take revenge. Therefore, not long after Xuanxu was sacrificing, evil gods appeared from time to time in the primordial world, causing chaos in the human world, forcing Xuanxu to suppress them. Fortunately, the evil gods that appeared in the early stages were all small characters, the minions of the chaos demon gods. Although there were many of them, their strength was not high. It was very easy to deal with them, and they could not stir up any big waves. Therefore, Xuanxu did not expend any effort to quell the calamity of the evil gods. However, he did not relax because of this. On the contrary, he became even more worried, because he knew that with the character of the chaos demon god, he would not do nothing after suffering such a huge loss. But now, there was no fluctuation. It was obvious that he was holding back some big move. This big move must be extremely fatal to the human race. It was because of this that Xuanxu was particularly anxious during that period of time. After all, the threat of the chaos demon god. Who would not be afraid? Even Feng Zichen, after offending the chaos demonic celestial, hid in the boundless starry sky for millions of years and did not dare to come out. It was not until his life-saving means were upgraded that he dared to continue to stir up trouble. Xuanxu's worry lasted for thousands of years. Every day, he lived in fear, afraid that the chaos demon god would suddenly attack and catch the human race off guard. For this reason, Xuanxu pulled his defense to the highest level and was always vigilant of the movements in the void, in case he couldn't react in time when the chaos demon god attacked. However, doing so would undoubtedly consume a huge amount of mental energy. In just 10,000 years, Xuanxu's face showed signs of weariness. He seemed to have aged a lot. Such a situation was almost impossible for a cultivator of Xuanxu's level. He was an existence comparable to a half-step primordial chaos expert. He had transcended time and space and stood at the end of the river of time. No matter how much time passed, it couldn't take away even a trace of his time. But even so, he still looked old. From this, it could be seen that in the short 10,000 years, Xuanxu's mind had been greatly consumed, which had already affected his Taoist body. 10,000 years of high-intensity concentration might not have reached Xuanxu's limit, but it could not be said that it had no effect on him. The most direct manifestation. Zhuanshu was very tired, very tired. It was also at this moment that Zhuanshu realized that he seemed to have done something stupid. In this world, there was only the principle of being a thief for 1,000 days. There was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. He was waiting here for the Chaos Demon God to come and attack the human clan. If he didn't come, not only would he have wasted his energy, but he would also have wasted a lot of time. Especially in his current situation, it would be fine if the Chaos Demon God didn't come. If he came, it would be wrong if he could only use 80% of his strength. Before the battle, he had already lost half of it. In this case, how could he fight? Being forced to defend meant that the human clan had fallen into a passive state. This was not good. Passive. It was not the style of the human clan. Taking the initiative was. At this moment, Zhuanshu had an idea in his heart. He decided to change his strategy and turn passive into active to seize the initiative. And Zhuanshu's idea was very simple. It was to implement the great plan of heaven and earth isolation. Once heaven and earth isolation succeeded, from then on humans and gods would be separated. It would be difficult for the powerful to interfere in the primordial world. At that time, if the Chaos Demon God wanted to deal with the human clan, what they would have to face was not the human clan, but the laws of heaven and earth of the entire primordial world. Well, wasn't the Chaos Demon God holding back a big move? This was something that the human clan could not stop. Since that was the case, the human clan would be more straightforward and completely ignore the Chaos Demon God. They only hoped to complete the plan of heaven and earth isolation before the Chaos Demon God attacked. In this way, no matter what methods the Chaos Demon God had, he would not be able to hit the human clan. In this way, wouldn't the crisis of the human clan be resolved? Cutting off all risks from the source was the only way to ensure that everything was fine. Zhuanshu was also a man of action. This was not, just as he had an idea in his heart, after a short rest, he directly put it into action. And the first thing he had to do was to calm the disputes between the myriad clans. If he wanted to complete the plan of heaven and earth isolation, at the very least, he had to stabilize the primordial world first. What could be done in the chaotic primordial world? And it was not difficult for Zhuanshu to restore peace to the primordial world. The myriad clans were not the human clan. He did not have so many scruples when attacking them. He could directly use his powerful strength to intimidate them. In the end, the primordial world was still a place where strength spoke. If one was strong, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, it was fine if Zhuanshu did not speak. However, once Zhuanshu spoke, the myriad clans that had been in conflict immediately quieted down and did not cause any trouble. For a moment, the chaotic primordial world immediately returned to peace with Zhuanshu's voice. The dignity accumulated by the 4 generations of human emperors had long penetrated into the hearts of the living beings of the myriad clans, causing them to not dare to resist the orders of the human clan. Of course, other than forcefully suppressing them, Zhuanshu also had some gentle methods to calm the disputes between the myriad clans. However, although those methods were gentle, they were too time-consuming. And now, the Chaos Demon God would come at any time. Zhuanshu did not have the time to slowly waste time with the myriad clans. Naturally, he chose the method that would take the shortest time. Since the myriad clans had been calmed, Zhuanshu did not stand on ceremony with them. He directly asked them to send representatives to worship the heavens and earth together to promote the plan of heaven and earth isolation. Heaven and earth isolation. As the name implied, it was to cut off the connection between the heavens and earth. How should one put it? If it was only to restrict ordinary immortals, then this matter would be very simple. There was no need to use the power of the entire myriad clans. Only Zhuanshu alone would be enough. However, from the beginning, the purpose of the plan of heaven and earth isolation was not to restrict ordinary immortals, but all immortals, as well as the high and mighty great divine abilities. After heaven and earth isolation, humans and gods would be separated. This person referred to ordinary living beings and cultivators who had yet to become immortals. And that God referred to the immortal path and all living beings above it. It was naturally very difficult to do this. Not to mention Zhuanshu, Even the power of the entire human clan was far from being able to do this. The strength of the great divine abilities could be seen from their means that could destroy the heavens and earth. The difficulty of restricting the power of such figures outside the primordial world could be imagined. It could not be done without integrating the power of the entire primordial world. Therefore, Zhuanshu called upon the myriad clans to worship the heavens and earth together with him to borrow the power of the heavens and earth to promote the implementation of heaven and earth isolation. Without the help of the myriad clans, Zhuanshu could not exert the power of heaven and earth isolation to the greatest extent. Of course, under normal circumstances, even with the help of the myriad clans, it was very difficult for Zhuanshu to do this. After all, the great divine abilities of the primordial world were not made of clay. All of them had extremely good tempers. They could watch Zhuanshu push the heaven and earth isolation to proceed without doing anything. They would definitely be unhappy and would even secretly destroy it. However, that would only happen under normal circumstances. The current situation was obviously not normal, because the heavenly Tao was disappointed in the great divine abilities. The great divine abilities might not be willing to see the heaven and earth isolation, but the heavenly Tao was definitely willing to see it. Zhuanshu's actions were following the heavens. Naturally, the heavens were helping him. How could he fail? If those great divine abilities dared to interfere, they would be going against the heavens and would be punished by the heavens. Especially when their butts were not clean to begin with, if the great divine abilities dared to go against the heavens, the outcome would be even more worrying. And the great divine abilities of the primordial world, were their butts clean? That was obviously not clean. One had to know that during the Great Magi Demon War, it was not only the ancestral shaman, Dijun, and Tai Yi who interrupted Mount Buzhou. There were also the contributions of these great divine abilities. To be honest, there were too many great divine abilities at that time. Almost all the famous and unknown great divine abilities of the primordial world were included. This meant that the great divine abilities of the primordial world, one after another, almost all of them were burdened with the crime of destroying the world. How great was the crime of destroying the world? It was enough for those great divine abilities to die thousands of times. Although the heavenly Tao did not settle this matter because those great divine abilities had acted in time to remedy the situation and made a great contribution in saving the world. However, there was no settlement. It did not mean that this matter was over just like that. The heavenly Tao had always remembered. It was waiting for those great divine abilities to make a mistake and settle the score. The origin of a great divine ability was even greater than a major kiliacosm. If it returned to the world, who knew how many benefits it would bring to the world? The heavenly Tao had been coveting this for a long time, but was not afraid that the great divine abilities would make mistakes. Was afraid that they would not make mistakes. Under such circumstances, all the great divine abilities were in danger. How could they dare to easily touch the heavenly Tao's eyebrows? Wouldn't that be giving the heavenly Tao a handle so that they could cause trouble for themselves? Feng Zichen concluded. Zhuanshu's plan to cut off heaven and earth. It could be carried out very smoothly. No one dared to stop it. In the center of the primordial world, the original ruins of Mount Buzhou, where the world tree was now, human Emperor Zhuanshu, together with the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the 10,000 races, was here to sacrifice to heaven and earth. This was the place where Pangu had fallen and transformed into all living things of heaven and earth. It was also the center of the primordial world and the place closest to the origin of heaven and earth. Therefore, this place had become the best place to sacrifice to heaven and earth. Back then, the Magi had sacrificed to Pangu here. In the primordial world, Pangu was greater than heaven and earth. Even Pangu could be sacrificed here. It was naturally more than enough to sacrifice to heaven and earth. That was the truth. Not only did the Magi sacrifice to Pangu here, but Dijun also sacrificed to heaven and earth here when he established the demon race. Could be said that Whenever there was something important to report to heaven and earth, this place was the best choice. Today, Zhuanshu wanted to borrow the power of heaven and earth to cut off heaven and earth. Of course, he had to sacrifice to heaven and earth here to get the best response. Around the world tree, in front of the nothingness realm, Zhuanshu gathered the power of 10,000 races, gathered the earth of the primordial world, and fused the blood of all living beings to create a 9-colored altar to sacrifice to heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao is above. Today, Zhuanshu of the human race has sensed that on the primordial world, humans and gods live together and invade each other, causing the earth to lose its order and the world to lose its order. Therefore, Zhuanshu specially led the 10,000 races to plead with the heavenly Tao and use supreme methods to cut off heaven and earth, causing humans and gods to be separated and not invade each other. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. In front of the 9-colored altar, Zhuanshu said respectfully, "What? Cut off heaven and earth?" It was also at this time that the patriarchs of the 10,000 races knew the purpose of Zhuanshu coming here to sacrifice to heaven and earth. All of a sudden, their expressions all changed. Cut off heaven and earth, no matter how they looked at it. It was not a good thing for the 10,000 races. Therefore, if Zhuanshu told the 10,000 races in advance, they would definitely not agree. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Considering this, Zhuanshu thought about it and decided not to tell the patriarchs of the 10,000 races about this matter. He directly called them over to sacrifice to heaven and earth. In this way, once it was an established fact, even if the 10,000 races wanted to go back on their word, it was too late. In fact, it was indeed the case. The patriarchs of the 10,000 races felt that it was difficult to get off the tiger. If they had known Zhuanshu's purpose, they would not have come even if they were beaten to death. But now they were already here. It would be difficult for them to leave now. Especially at this moment, when things had already reached the final step, they could not leave. If they left now, not to mention how Zhuanshu would take revenge on them later. Just say that the heavenly Tao in the sky would not let them off now. It would definitely let them know the consequences of using the heavenly Tao. When one's cultivation reached the Tai Jingxian, they could be considered to have obtained the Tao. They could sense the existence of the heavenly Tao in the unseen world. And to be able to become the leader of a clan, their strength was at least at the late stage of the Tai Jingxian realm. Therefore, the patriarchs of the 10,000 races could clearly sense that after Zhuanshu's sacrifice, the heavenly Tao was getting more and more excited. Didn't the heavenly Tao's performance mean that Zhuanshu's actions were in accordance with the heavens? In this case, how could the patriarchs of the 10,000 races dare to leave just like that? Wouldn't that offend the heavenly Tao? Compared to the great divinities, the Tai Jingxian was undoubtedly more afraid of the heavenly Tao. That was because the great divinities had the ability to fall out with the heavenly Tao. If the great divinities were really forced into a corner, they would really dare to perish together with the heavens and earth. As for primordial unity golden immortals, it was obvious that they could not do that. Therefore, with their low strength, they could only be at the mercy of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 646. Resist? It was impossible to resist. Even if he was courting death, this was not the way to find it. Therefore, at this point, no matter how unwilling the patriarchs of the myriad races were, they did not dare to leave just like that. They could only brace themselves and cooperate with Zhuanshu to worship heaven and earth. To please the heavenly Tao. I hope the heavenly Tao will be enlightened. In front of the 9-colored altar, the patriarchs of the myriad races suppressed the unwillingness in their hearts and pretended to be pious as they shouted behind Zhuanshu. Rumble. The moment the myriad races bowed, a 9-colored brilliance bloomed on the altar and surged into the sky. That was the power of sacrifice. The moment the power of sacrifice rushed into the depths of heaven and earth, an inexplicable change occurred in the primordial world. Endless phenomena appeared, covering the sky and the sun. This was the manifestation of the human path. The myriad races. In addition to the human race, Almost all the living beings in the primordial world were sacrificing to heaven and earth together. The first to be alarmed was naturally the human path that was closely related to it, not the high and mighty heavenly Tao. Rumble. The manifestation of the human path was accompanied by endless power. The resplendent human path radiance scattered across the entire primordial world, illuminating the hearts of everyone. Has the human path manifested? It seems that the absolute heaven and earth is about to begin. On Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen looked at the changes in the primordial world and said silently. At the same time, he quietly released his spiritual will to envelop the entire primordial world to prevent the chaos demon god from suddenly attacking and ruining the plan of the human race. To be enemies with the heavens. The powerful beings did not dare to. The living beings of the primordial world did not dare to. But the chaos demon god definitely dared to. The chaos demon god had to be guarded against. As for whether it would affect Feng Zichen after the absolute heaven and earth, it definitely would not. He was the great of Ziwei, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, one of the supreme rulers of the primordial world. How could a mere absolute heaven and earth restrain him? In fact, not only Feng Zichen, but also the other four heavenly gods, as well as the top existences who occupied the karmic rank of heaven and earth, would not be restricted by the absolute heaven and earth. In the end, the absolute heaven and earth was pushed by the primordial world, and the top existences with the karmic rank of heaven and earth were all chosen spokespersons of heaven and earth. They were their own people. Since that was the case, why would the restrictions of heaven and earth target their own people? Of course, it was ineffective. Rumble. Human Tao appeared. An endless amount of mighty power descended upon them. Driven by the power of sacrifice, they gathered at the intersection of heaven and earth, forming a vast ocean of human Tao. That place was filled with the radiance of humanity. It was like a natural chasm that forcefully cut off the connection between heaven and earth. You can see that. As the ocean of human Tao appeared, the connection between heaven and earth was completely severed. Under the obstruction of the ocean of human Tao, no living being could cross this boundary. Heaven and earth, it was really separated. Damn it! Below the nine-colored altar, when the myriad tribe leaders saw this scene, they were filled with hatred in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to pretend to be happy on the surface. It was truly unbearable. Originally, the ancestor was forced to go to the heaven realm. This was enough to make the myriad race patriarchs vexed. But with Xuanxu doing this, they immediately gave up. Before the connection between heaven and earth was cut off, although the ancestor was in the heaven realm, if something happened in the clan, the ancestor could rush back at any time. However, with the success of the heaven and earth separation, everything was different. If the ancestor wanted to return to the clan, it would not be so simple. The price he had to pay would definitely be extremely shocking. In this way, it was equivalent to the myriad race losing their greatest trump card. In this way, how could the myriad race patriarchs not hate? Just as the myriad race patriarchs were feeling resentful. In the primordial world, an unforeseen event happened again. Rumble. After that human Tao, the heavenly Tao appeared with a loud bang. Endless majesty covered the entire primordial world, causing people's hearts to tremble. Swish, 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 the heavenly Tao appeared, and the myriad Tao rumbled. Endless laws spread out and gathered at the intersection of heaven and earth. Outside the ocean of human Tao, an even more vast and boundless sea was formed. A sea formed entirely of laws. A sea of laws. What? Seeing this scene, not to mention the living beings of the primordial world, even the powerful beings were alarmed and could not help but exclaim. Such power! It was enough to threaten them. Previously, although the appearance of the ocean of human Tao was spectacular, what kind of powerful beings were they? They had already asked the existence of Tao seeking. The level of life had long undergone a transformation and sublimated to the level of Tao, breaking free from the restrictions of human Tao. Therefore, although the ocean of human Tao was strong, it did not have a great impact on them. However, the sea of laws was different. Unless they could ignore the laws, they would be affected by him. In other words, with the appearance of the Sea of Laws, even the powerful beings would find it difficult to manifest in the primordial world. This point made it difficult for the powerful beings to tolerate. The primordial world was their birthplace. It was already humiliating enough that they were forced to leave. Now, their path of return was cut off. They had really gone too far. Did they really think that the powerful beings had no temper? Thinking of this, the powerful beings were really furious. They did not care about defying the heavens or not and were about to directly interrupt the formation of the Sea of Laws. As for the punishment of the heavenly Tao after the incident, they really did not care. Because there were really too many powerful beings born in the primordial world. They occupied almost 90% of the powerful beings in the primordial world. This power, even the heavenly Tao could not underestimate it. The law could not punish the masses, as long as there were enough powerful beings. It could make the heavenly Tao have misgivings and not dare to pursue this matter. Dealing with a powerful being. It was not difficult for the heavenly Tao, but 10 or 100 of them were enough to give the heavenly Tao a headache. The powerful beings with such thoughts were not worried about the heavenly Tao's punishment at all. When they attacked, they had no scruples. Rumble. In the sky. All kinds of great Tao manifestations. They bloomed with shocking phenomena. A boundless pressure spread out. That was the fluctuation when the powerful beings attacked. Their strength was too strong. With a thought, they could create and destroy countless worlds. Once they attacked, they moved with the power of heaven and earth. *CK. Feng Zichen, who was on guard against the Chaos Demon God, did not wait for the Chaos Demon God to attack. Instead, he waited for the powerful beings behind him to attack. He was really shocked. Everyone joined forces. Even he did not dare to take it head-on. Not to mention the Sea of Laws that had yet to take shape. It would probably be blown up by everyone on the spot. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. In a moment of desperation, Feng Zichen advised the crowd. Your Majesty, don't say anything. The heavenly Tao is really too much of a bully. Poor Wei and the others have followed his instructions and left the primordial world. But even so, he still refuses to let the matter rest. Today, he wants to use the hands of all living beings in the primordial world to set up the Sea of Laws to cut off poor Wei and the others' hopes of returning to the primordial world. He's really too much of a bully. Therefore, poor Wei and the others must seek an explanation today, so that the heavenly Tao knows that we are not to be bullied. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, he heard a powerful being shout angrily. In the hearts of the great mystical ability users, they were truly wronged to death. They felt that the goal of the heavenly Tao was not to isolate the world, but purely to deal with them. Otherwise, why did it still want to seal the connection between the world after they retreated from the primordial world? Wasn't it cutting off their retreat? It was their retreat that gave the heavenly Tao the feeling that they were easy to bully. Therefore, this time, they wanted to teach the heavenly Tao a lesson so that it knew that the powerful beings were not easy to bully. As for the fact that the human race was behind this matter, why didn't they blame the human race? That was very simple. How could they not know what the human race was capable of? Without the tacit consent of the heavenly Tao, even 10 more humans would not be able to change the primordial world. Hearing this, Feng Zichen was speechless. He did not expect that the powerful beings were angry because of this reason. However, after knowing the reason, the matter was easy to resolve. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. You are all virtuous people who have contributed to the primordial world. How can the heavenly Tao force you like this? How can it make you unable to return to the ancestral land? Let's continue to watch. The heavenly Tao will definitely not disappoint you. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen said to everyone, Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Zhen Yuanzi, who had a good relationship with Feng Zichen, could not help but ask. If it was not for the fact that he had no choice. He did not want to be enemies with the heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoists, what kind of status do I have? How can I deceive you? Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled faintly and directly raised the Ziwei star. Immediately, the Ziwei star shone brightly, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes for a moment. It was also at this moment that everyone remembered the identity of the person in front of them. Ziwei the Great was the most noble person from the primordial world. He was from the same sect as the heavenly Tao and was the Lord of heaven and earth. He was the direct descendant of Pangu. His guarantee was indeed very important. Besides, even if I deceived you, it's not too late for you to make a move. It's just a matter of time. Why don't you wait for a while and see the results before making a decision? Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Feng Zichen struck while the iron was hot and continued. All right. In that case, Poor Wei and the others will listen to your majesty and wait for a while to see what the heavenly Tao's purpose is. When everyone heard this, they nodded and gave their orders. Waiting for a while would not delay much time. They could just see the final result. If they were dissatisfied, with everyone joining forces, even the primordial world could be destroyed, let alone a mere heaven and earth isolation. Strong strength. That was how confident he was. Phew, seeing that everyone had retracted their supernatural powers, Feng Zichen breathed a sigh of relief and accompanied everyone to observe the evolution of the heaven and earth isolation. Rumble. Without the interference of the great divinities. Soon, the Sea of Law was completely formed. It joined forces with the Sea of Human Tao and completely separated the connection between heaven and earth. At this moment, under the combined isolation of the power of the heavenly Tao and the power of the human Tao, the heaven realm and the primordial world could be said to be two different worlds. The people of the heaven realm could not go to the earth. The people on the earth could not go to the heaven realm either. It was as if they were two unrelated worlds. Heaven and earth isolation. It was thorough enough. It directly separated the heaven realm and the earth into two different worlds. Your Majesty, is this the ultimate goal of the heavenly Tao? In that case, do you have anything else to say? Outside the world, a great divinity suppressed his anger and questioned Feng Zichen regarding this result. They were very dissatisfied. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. With a smile, Feng Zichen stretched out his palm and grabbed at the boundless starry sky. Immediately, endless starlight bloomed and turned into strands of sparkling ribbons that directly inserted into the Sea of Law. At the same time, the heavenly Tao trembled inexplicably. Strands of purple aura spread out from his body and gradually merged with the sparkling ribbons formed by the starlight. For a moment, in the Sea of Law, starlight was resplendent, and the Tao light was sparkling. They were entangled with each other, releasing endless mysteries. At this moment, seeing this scene, the great divinities seemed to have vaguely understood something. Changes were still continuing. After an unknown amount of time, the starlight and the Tao light gradually merged into one, forming special Tao lights that looked like ribbons. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Inexplicable Tao runes were emitted from the Tao light, resonating with heaven and earth. Mysterious runes were derived and imprinted in heaven and earth. The Tao light was resplendent and mysterious. With its appearance, the power of the Sea of Law actually began to slowly weaken. Soon, under the influence of this Tao light, a passageway appeared between heaven and earth again. However, this passageway, it only existed near the Tao light. This power, it's so familiar, it seems. A great divinity looked at the Tao light rippling in the Sea of Law, frowned, and said with some doubt. He seemed to have seen this Tao light there. Guiding divine light. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear, reminding him of the origin of this light. This was Feng Zichen's voice. Yes, it's the guiding divine light. Poor Wei once felt a similar aura on fellow Taoist Jieyin. After being awakened by someone, that person said excitedly, guiding divine light. The light of all living beings. The only ability of this light, as the name implied, was to guide. Once the guiding divine light was released, it could guide everything. Of course, that was the highest level of guiding divine light. The guiding divine light here was obviously not at this level. Its ability was relatively simple, and it could only guide immortals. This light is called the guiding divine light. It is formed by combining the power of the stars and the power of the heavenly Tao. It is different from the guiding divine light on the saint. It is not used to illuminate all living beings, but to guide immortals. Under the suppression of the sea of law, the laws on the primordial land have been compressed to the extreme. They no longer tolerate existences above the golden immortal. In other words, once someone displays the power above the golden immortal, they will be sensed by the sea of law and be guided to the heaven realm by the guiding divine light inside. They are not allowed to stay on the ground. Feng Zichen casually grabbed a wisp of guiding divine light and explained to everyone. It was a very simple principle. Under the influence of the guiding divine light, the sea of law did not target anyone. It only targeted the power above the golden immortal. As long as the power you displayed was not higher than the golden immortal, then no matter what realm you were in, you could stay in the primordial land. But once your power exceeded the golden immortal, then no matter who you were, you would be forcefully sent to the heaven realm by the guiding divine light. Chapter 647. The heavenly Tao has really put in a lot of effort. After a moment of silence, the group of powerful beings said in an inexplicable tone. Their words were already very clear. As long as they suppressed their strength below that of Tai Jingxian in the future, the sea of laws would not have the slightest effect on them. They could do whatever they wanted in the primordial world. The conditions had already been given. If they violated it and displayed strength comparable to Tai Jingxian, then don't blame the heavenly Tao for being merciless and forcefully bringing them out of the primordial world. Fellow Taoists, you are all virtuous people. I think you should understand the painstaking efforts of the heavenly Tao to protect the primordial world. No wonder the heavenly Tao is so serious. It's really because the tragedy that happened previously was too horrifying. Seeing that everyone was gradually accepting the facts in front of them, Feng Zichen said hypocritically, "What painstaking efforts of the heavenly Tao?" This plan was clearly planned by him. The heavenly Tao was just pushing the boat with the current. But now, in order to get himself out of it, Feng Zichen simply took advantage of the opportunity when everyone did not understand the specific situation and directly threw the blame on the heavenly Tao. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was like this. It was really so big that only the heavenly Tao could take the blame. Anyway, he could not afford to take the blame. The separation of heaven and earth was undoubtedly a great thing for the primordial world. However, once this move was successful, it would definitely offend all the experts of the primordial world. Even if Feng Zichen boasted that he had countless trump cards, he would not dare to do such a thing. Therefore, he was afraid that others would discover that he was the one who planned all of this behind the scenes. Of course, he had to throw all the blame away before the incident happened. And the best candidate to take the blame, who else could it be other than the heavenly Tao? First of all, the heavenly Tao was strong enough. Other than Pangu, he was the strongest. Secondly, the heavenly Tao did not know how to speak. Even if he knew that Feng Zichen had thrown the blame on him, he would not take the initiative to explain all of this to the powerful beings. It was probably disdain. Finally, he did not have to worry about his revenge after throwing the blame on the heavenly Tao. That was because this was according to his intentions. If the heavenly Tao took revenge on Feng Zichen because of this, who would dare to work for him in the future? Your Majesty is right. Laughing awkwardly, the group of powerful beings said embarrassedly. Feng Zichen's words. It really made them unable to accept it. Who was the heavenly Tao guarding against? It was all because of them, the great magics. If the magi and demons had not gone overboard back then and shattered the primordial world, causing the heavenly Tao to be afraid, so many things would not have happened. The group of great mystic powers thought in their hearts as they were filled with regret. If they had known what was going to happen today, they wouldn't have stood aside and watched the battle between the liches and demons. Instead, they would have stepped forward to stop it. They believed that as long as they dissuaded them in time, the liches and demons would not fight at all. Moreover, even if they were to fight, the scale wouldn't be that big. At the very least, they could persuade people to fight in the chaos beyond the heavens. Not to mention how regretful everyone was. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, no one doubted his words. From this, it could be seen that Feng Zichen had successfully shifted the blame. That's right. Such an offending thing. Who would have thought that it was proposed by a human and not the heavenly Tao itself? Even if someone suspected that this method was thought of by a human, they would not suspect Feng Zichen. After all, everyone knew that great Emperor Ziwei had a promising future. He could cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian while staying at home. Why would he do such a thing as digging his own grave? What was the difference between becoming enemies with a group of great mystic powers and ending one's own future? No one believed that Feng Zichen would be so unwise. Fellow Taoists, after the separation of heaven and earth, there will definitely be a great change in the primordial world. In my opinion, we should return to our respective dojos and observe the changes in heaven and earth. Seeing everyone's expressions, Feng Zichen knew that his plan to shift the blame to the heavenly Tao had completely succeeded. He could not help but be overjoyed. However, his expression did not change. He still advised everyone unhurriedly. Sit. Poor Wei and the others will leave now. Go back and experience the changes in heaven and earth with your heart to deal with the future changes in the primordial world. After Feng Zichen finished speaking, everyone seemed to have found a way out and left one after another. If they continued to stay here, it would be too awkward. They felt as if they were being targeted by the heavenly Tao. It was better to leave quickly. As for the matter of blocking the separation of heaven and earth, no one mentioned it at all. The sincerity of the heavenly Tao. It was already very obvious. If they raised an objection at this time, wouldn't it be obvious that they had a guilty conscience? Otherwise, why would they object? What were they trying to do by displaying the combat strength of a great mystic powers in the primordial world? At this moment, regardless of whether they had a guilty conscience or not, once they raised it, it would be like yellow mud falling into their pants. It would be shit even if it wasn't shit. They would definitely be remembered by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, no one dared to object. They all left in a hurry. Sigh. This matter, it's considered over, right? After everyone left, Feng Zichen let out a long sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Back then, when he formulated the plan to separate heaven and earth, he was only thinking about the benefits to the primordial world and even the human race. He had forgotten that this was a job that would offend people. At that time, he didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, he was really scared. Those were all the great mystic powers in the primordial world. If he was not careful, if he was hated by all the great mystic powers, he might suddenly disappear. Although Feng Zichen was powerful, almost no one in the primordial world could do anything to him. However, how many of the great mystic powers who could live until today were easy to deal with? Even the remnant spirit of the chaos demon god was killed by them. Not only did they fail to possess him, but they also swallowed him and became nutrients for his growth. From this, one could see how extraordinary the methods of the great mystic powers were. If he was targeted by them, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. How could Feng Zichen not be afraid? Fortunately, he was witty and threw the blame on the heavenly Tao in time, saving a big trouble for the future. If he didn't mention it today, this matter would be over. Even if the great mystic powers reacted in the future, with the endorsement of the heavenly Tao, this matter would be ridiculous. Heaven and earth have been separated. The situation of the primordial world is about to change. After taking a deep look at the void of the primordial world, Feng Zichen turned around and returned to the Ziwei star. Not long after he returned to the Ziwei star, the endless rules in the primordial world slowly changed. Rumble. Endless Tao runes scattered out and scattered into the primordial world, causing inexplicable changes. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the world tree that stood between heaven and earth. Crush. The void cracked open silently, and the origin of heaven and earth flowed out of the huge crack. Like a waterfall, it poured onto the world tree. And the origin of heaven and earth, for the world tree, it was the best nourishment for growth. Phew. After absorbing the origin of heaven and earth, the world tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it grew taller. Rumble. A huge rumble resounded throughout the entire primordial world. It was the sound of the heaven realm. It was constantly rising, and the distance between it and the primordial world was getting farther and farther. It was pushed up by the world tree. The world tree stood tall, and its crown held up the entire heaven realm. And now, as the world tree rose, the heaven realm above it would naturally be affected and rise with it. This was the beginning of the changes in the primordial world. Every time the heaven realm rose a little, the rules of the primordial world changed a little. It was still all right. Compared to before, although there were some differences, there were not many changes. However, the space-time laws of the entire world, and even the great Tao of space-time, underwent earth-shaking changes as the distance between the heaven realm and the primordial world continued to increase. The flow of time between the heaven realm and the earth gradually became unequal. To be precise, the flow of time in the heaven realm gradually slowed down. Compared to the primordial world, it seemed to be twice as slow. In other words, 2 days in the primordial world was only 1 day in the heaven realm. Moreover, this ratio wasn't fixed either. As the distance between the heaven realm and the primordial world increased, it was constantly changing. It was getting bigger and bigger. In short, this change could not be completed in a short period of time. It would take a long time to evolve. It would not stop until it reached a threshold. Not long after the separation of heaven and earth, the restrictions between heaven and earth naturally appeared in everyone's minds, allowing them to understand everything. Tai Jingxian level power is not allowed to appear? After hearing this news, the patriarchs of the myriad clans clearly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they did not completely cut off the connection between heaven and earth. This way they would have a way out. Wait. Below Tai Jingxian, Gold Immortal? Damn it. The human race is really good. After a while, some people seemed to have thought of something and could not help but snort coldly. The heavenly Tao was fair, it would not deliberately favor that race. Therefore, the restriction that did not allow power above the gold immortal level to appear was targeted at all living beings in the primordial world, including the human race. From this, it could be seen that the human race's actions were quite self-defeating. However, from another perspective, one would realize that this restriction was extremely biased towards the human race. That was because in the primordial world, the human race had the most gold immortals. After all, the human race had a larger base. Perhaps it was difficult for them to produce any experts, but with the resources of the entire primordial world, it was easy for them to produce mid to low-end experts like gold immortals. Therefore, after millions of years, there were not many Daluo Jingxian and not many Tai Jingxian of the human race. However, there were definitely countless gold immortals. Even if all the gold immortal experts of the myriad clans were added together, they would probably not be as many as the human race. This was nothing in the past. However, after the separation of heaven and earth, the existence of the gold immortal level leaped to the top of the primordial world. The benefits that the human race, which had the most gold immortals in the primordial world, received could be imagined. They could sweep through the myriad clans. Thinking of this, how could the patriarchs of the myriad clans' faces not be ugly? This was simply the heavens and earth helping the human race. However, they did not have the chance to reason it out. Saying that the heavenly Tao was unfair? Were they blind? Didn't they see that the heavenly Tao treated everyone equally and restricted them as it wished? Not to mention the human race, even the powerful beings were restricted by it. In this way, who could say that the heavenly Tao was unfair? The myriad clans were inferior to the human race. They could only say that they were useless and could not compete with others. They could not blame others. Your Majesty, we still have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt. The experts of the myriad clans really did not want to stay here any longer. Looking at the happy and smug faces of the humans, they immediately bid farewell to Zhuanshu. At this moment, they did not intend to, nor did they dare to, fuss over the matter of Zhuanshu tricking them to come here to worship the heavens and earth. Since you have something to do and have left, I won't hold you back. Zhuanshu was indeed in the wrong for what happened today. In the future, I will definitely give you a big gift to apologize to you. Zhuanshu could naturally think of what the patriarchs of the myriad clans could think of, and he thought even further. Therefore, he was extremely happy in his heart. He did not care about the attitude of the patriarchs of the myriad clans and directly said. At the same time, he also apologized to everyone. I wouldn't dare. Even if your majesty didn't say it, we would have taken the initiative to rush over when we found out about such a major event that has contributed to the primordial world. How could we blame your majesty for this matter? Seeing Zhuanshu's smug expression, everyone was extremely annoyed. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They all said with a righteous expression. At this time, the matter had already been done. It was useless to be upset and regretful. Instead, it would make others look down on them. It was better to act righteous in exchange for a good reputation. It's good that you understand, fellow Taoists. Zhuanshu smiled and did not expose everyone's thoughts. He echoed from the side. He had already taken all the advantage. Why couldn't he let others have a taste of their mouths? It was fine to be smug, but they could not forget themselves. In this way, after a few pleasantries, the patriarchs of the myriad clans left one after another. You guys are still too naive. Since the human race dares to push the plan of separating heaven and earth, how can they not have any backup plans? You guys, you think too simply of the human race. After the figures of the patriarchs of the myriad clans completely disappeared, Zhuanshu's face could not help but reveal a strange smile. There was one thing. He did not tell the patriarchs of the myriad clans. That was, the restrictions of the heavenly Tao did not affect him. He could still exert the strength of a half-step primordial chaos. He did not have to worry about being taken away by the guiding divine light. Moreover, it was not just him. Even the other elders and ministers of the human race were not affected in the slightest. To be precise, any existence that was protected by the luck of the human race. Their strength would not be affected by the heavenly Tao. Thinking about it, it made sense. As the protagonist of heaven and earth, how could the human race not have privileges? Otherwise, what was the purpose of the title of the protagonist of the myriad clans fighting for the world? Wasn't it all for the unique treatment? And not being restricted by the heavenly Tao was one of the privileges of the human race. What was the protagonist of heaven and earth? That was the symbol of the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Since it was the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, then the position conferred by the human race was equivalent to obtaining the approval of heaven and earth. It was a kind of karmic position, so naturally, it would not be restricted by the heavenly Tao. Of course. However, this was not an unlimited amount of resources. Chapter 648. The so-called conferment of the human emperor mainly relied on the destiny of the human race. However, the destiny of the human race was not unchanged. It would change with the change of the human emperor. In other words, the conferment of the human emperor had a time limit. A generation of emperors and ministers. After the change of the human emperor, unless the new emperor still conferred the positions of those ministers, they would no longer be protected by the destiny of the human race and lose the ability to break the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Golden Immortal was their limit. Thinking about it, this was normal. The human emperor was only the human emperor after all, not the celestial emperor. If his power was not limited, where would the celestial emperor be? In the end, the most supreme ruler of the primordial world was still the celestial emperor. His power was permanent. The human emperor was just a weakened version of the celestial emperor. His status was only comparable to the 4 heavenly emperors. After today, the rise of the human race is inevitable. There will be no opponents in the primordial world. The myriad races will be completely crippled. The day when the human race redefines humanity is not far away. Secretly clenching his fists, Zhuanxu thought excitedly. The dream that countless martyrs of the human race had been looking forward to day and night would be realized in his hands. What an exciting scene! Everyone, it's time to leave. After a long while, Zhuanxu finally calmed down and spoke to the crowd with a calm expression on his face. Yes, Your Majesty. The elders of the human race responded in unison and left with Emperor Zhuanxu, returning to the human race. At this point, the primordial world regained its peace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than 300,000 years had passed. During these 300,000 years, Feng Zichen was not idle. He was still vigilant and carefully observed the movements of the primordial world to prevent the chaos demon god from suddenly attacking. Although the Sea of Laws was strong, it could not stop the existence of the primordial chaos level. Even the powerful ones could not stop it. The reason why he could make the powerful ones afraid was not because he was strong, but because of the deterrence of the heavenly Tao. His existence indicated the attitude of the heavenly Tao. The powerful ones did not dare to defy the heavens, so they were naturally afraid of him. And the deterrence of the heavenly Tao to the chaos demon gods, that was simply **t. Since when did the chaos demonic gods need to worry about the heavenly Tao? Shouldn't they do whatever they want? Therefore, the Sea of Laws couldn't stop the chaos demon god. Of course, this did not mean that the Sea of Law was completely useless. At the very least, he could obstruct the chaos fiend god when he attacked. The Sea of Law covered the boundary between heaven and earth. If the chaos demonic god attacked the untainted land from the outside, he would not be able to avoid this place. He was the first to bear the brunt. With the chaos fiend god's power, which far exceeded that of ordinary primordial chaos Tao masters, the Sea of Laws would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be blasted into pieces. However, no matter what, the Sea of Laws was established by the heavenly Tao to isolate the primordial world. No matter how useless it was, it still had some prestige. Although it couldn't block the attack of the chaos demon god, it could still serve as a buffer. Even if this buffer time was only 1/10,000th of an instant. However, this 1/10,000th of an instant was enough for the heavenly Tao and many great divine abilities to react and intercept in time. What was the most terrifying thing about the chaos demon god? It was not their terrifying strength. Although their strength was indeed terrifying, this was the most terrifying thing. The most frightening thing about him was his elusive figure. The chaos demon god was very strong, but the heavenly Tao was not weak either. If they really fought, the chaos demon god would definitely not be a match for the heavenly Tao. However, the chaos demon god was not a fool. Why would they fight head-on with the heavenly Tao? Hiding in the dark, jumping out to cause trouble from time to time, that was the best choice. Yes, in fact, that was what the chaos demon god did. Every time there was a major change in the untainted land, they would jump out to cause trouble, which was extremely annoying. Especially, when everyone was unprepared, the demon god of chaos suddenly appeared and attacked the untainted land fiercely. That was the most terrible thing. Because no one could guard against that. No one could be sure when the chaos demon god would choose to attack. An invisible enemy was the scariest. But with the Sea of Law, everything was different. No matter when the chaos demon god chose to attack, he could not bypass the Sea of Law. Once he attacked, he would definitely be sensed by it. And this gave everyone time to react. The chaos demon god, who was no longer elusive, was much easier to deal with. Making the chaos demon god turn from light to darkness was another great effect of the Sea of Law in addition to isolating heaven and earth. Maintaining vigilance for a long time was a huge burden for Zhuanxu, but for Feng Zichen, who had a perfect mind, there was no burden at all. To be precise, from the moment his mind was perfect, he had been in a state of vigilance. This was one of the symbols of the primordial chaos realm, merging with heaven and earth, merging with the great Tao, observing all things with one's heart. Strange, Why hasn't the Chaos Demon God made a move yet? This is not like the Chaos Demon God in my memory. When did they become so tolerant? Could it be that? What's wrong with them? After waiting for a long time for the Chaos Demon God to make a move, Feng Zichen could not help but mutter in his heart. It had been 300,000 years, not to mention the Chaos Demon God taking revenge. They had not even shown their faces, and there was no news of them in the primordial world. It was as if all the Chaos Demon Gods suddenly disappeared collectively. This was very abnormal. The Chaos Demon God did not show up for a long time. Either he was holding back some big move to give the primordial world a ruthless blow, or there was something wrong with them internally, so they had no time to attack the primordial world. However, something happened to the Chaos Demon Gods collectively. Was this possible? In theory, Feng Zichen should be more inclined to the first possibility. But in fact, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that the second situation was more likely to happen. If it were in the past, he would definitely think that the second situation was nonsense. The Chaos Demon Gods. How could something happen to them collectively? Wasn't this nonsense? Who could have such great ability to cause something to happen to them together? However, connecting it to the recent attack of Pangu, Feng Zichen could not help but wonder if Pangu had seriously injured all the Chaos Demon Gods when he had manifested last time, which was why they could not continue to stir up trouble in the primordial world. Otherwise, why didn't they attack? They didn't even show their faces? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Zichen felt that this was very likely. Thinking about it, news about the Chaos Demon Gods. When did it begin to disappear? Wasn't it after Pangu made his move? Didn't all of this mean that this matter had something to do with Pangu? It couldn't be that Pangu would attack the Chaos Demon Gods for no reason, right? There had to be a reason. And suppressing the development of the Chaos Demon Gods so as to give the great mediums of the primordial world a chance to catch up, wasn't that the best reason? After all, the cultivation of the Chaos Demon Gods was called recovery of cultivation. The cultivation of the great mediums was to break through the realm. The difficulty of the two sides was completely different. If nothing went wrong, the great mediums couldn't catch up with the Chaos Demon Gods in terms of cultivation progress. At this time, they needed to cheat for the great mediums or increase the difficulty for the Chaos Demon Gods to prevent the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods from surpassing the great mediums too much, causing an imbalance between the two sides. No matter what, the forces of the primordial world had to surpass the Chaos Demon Gods. Even if they couldn't surpass them, at the very least, they should reach a subtle balance. Otherwise, if the gap between the two sides was too big, how could the great mediums play? It wouldn't be long before the entire primordial world would be swallowed by the Chaos Demon Gods. It was probably because of this consideration that Pangu chose to attack the Chaos Demon Gods. Thinking about it, the Chaos Demon Gods did not appear for a long time. It was not difficult to understand. Father God is Father God. He thinks more thoroughly than others. It's really hard for the Chaos Demon Gods. It was not easy for him to get freedom. Before he could have a good time, he was targeted by Pangu again. It's really miserable. Feng Zichen, who imagined all this, couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Chaos Demon Gods. No one would be happy to encounter such a terrible thing. As for whether his guess was accurate or not, Feng Zichen felt that it should be close to the mark. Even if there was a mistake, it wouldn't be too big. That was because the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods should be suppressed. Look, the Chaos Demon Gods had just been released, and there were already more than 20 Daluo Jinxian of primordial chaos on the surface, which had long surpassed the primordial world by a lot. And this was only on the surface. Who knew how many more were hidden in the dark? If they were not suppressed, how could the great mediums of the primordial world fight with the Chaos Demon Gods? In the end, he was still suppressed by them. At that time, it was not certain who had the final say in the primordial world. In the face of such a situation, Feng Zichen pushed others. He felt that if he were Pangu, he would definitely limit the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods to give the great mediums a chance to surpass them. Sigh. Father God is too much. He made a move without telling us. We are guessing here and there and can't figure out his purpose. Feng Zichen sighed and said with emotion. Pangu's move directly interrupted the current rhythm of the primordial world. He didn't know how many changes it would cause. What an eventful time. However, he was about to break through, and what he needed the most was stability. At this time, there were unknown changes in the primordial world. Wouldn't it give him a headache? As for his guess, it was easy to verify. As long as the next time the Chaos Demon Gods made a move, he would be able to tell whether it was true or not. If the strength of the Chaos Demon Gods did not increase much compared to before, then there was no doubt that they must have been affected by Pangu. On the contrary, if their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change, it meant that Feng Zichen's guess was wrong and Pangu's attack should be somewhere else. That was the real trouble, because oftentimes the unknown was the most frightening. 300,000 years was enough for too many things to happen. Especially for the current human race, there were changes every year, let alone 300,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. After cutting off heaven and earth. Except for some clansmen who did not want to stay in the human world and chose to ascend to the heaven realm, most of the experts of the human race chose to enter the heavenly palace and stay in the human world to protect the human race. Of course, one had to admit that in a sense, the future of going to the heaven realm was indeed more promising than staying in the human race. After all, the heaven realm had become the center of the primordial world. It gathered the luck of the entire primordial world, and even the endless big, small, and medium worlds. It also gathered countless experts. Compared to the heaven realm, the heavenly palace of the human race could not compare to the heaven realm except for the fact that it was on par with him in terms of spiritual energy. Building a cart behind closed doors. How could it be compared to brainstorming? How could one know the vastness of the world if one did not see the vastness of the world? To be honest, if the human experts stayed in the human race and did not go to the heaven realm, it would not be a good thing. As time passed, they would gradually be abandoned by the times and fall behind others. However, from another point of view, it was precisely because of these experts that the human race's position as the overlord of the primordial world was established. It was hard to say whether the choice was good or bad. Of course, it was impossible for Feng Zichen to not see such an obvious drawback. In his heart, he already had a solution. One had to know that the goal of the human race was to surpass the shamans and demons. In order to achieve this goal, Feng Zichen had paid a huge price. Now, seeing that the human race had just shown signs of rising and had the possibility of catching up with the shamans and demons, how could he allow such a thing to drag the human race down? Therefore, he planned to cheat the human race to solve this drawback. According to his plan, he planned to use the connection between the heavenly palace and Zhoushan to forcefully open a passage between heaven and earth so that the human experts could freely travel to and from the heaven realm. At this point, when the human experts had nothing to do, they could use this passage to visit friends in the heaven realm and ask for new information so that they would not be abandoned by the times. If this method was successful, it could immediately solve the drawback of the human experts staying in the human world. And this was not Feng Zichen's entire plan. Opening a passage between heaven and earth for the human race might guarantee that the human race's strength would always far surpass the 10,000 races, but it could not guarantee that the human race's strength would be able to catch up with the shamans and demons. This required a second plan. As for the second plan, Feng Zichen turned his attention to the countless large, medium, and small worlds outside the primordial world. Every world contained unimaginable good fortune. Even if they only obtained a trace of it, it was enough for cultivators below Daluo Jingxian to benefit endlessly. Feng Zichen's goal was to find a way to contact the upper-class world so that the human race could benefit from it. This was naturally extremely difficult for others, but it was different for Feng Zichen. There was no other reason. He had the World Tree. With the ability of the World Tree, it could completely help him communicate with the various worlds. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.